Let the house please be in order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer and then remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Gentleman from Itawamba, Representative Boyd, will introduce our guest minister of the day. Gentleman from Itawamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure this morning to have a brother of mine that's the pastor of the Pentecostal church down at Richmond community. It's just south of where I live. And we're so happy to have him with us. He was here last year, and maybe some of y'all will remember him. His name is Brother Ricky Pierce, and I'm just going to ask him to come up and pray for us.
Thank you, Speaker White. Thank you, Representative Boyd. It's my honor and my pleasure to be here in that landmass between Louisiana and Alabama, better known as the great state of Mississippi. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, whatsoever passes through the paths of the sea. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. Let us pray. God, we love you, Lord. We thank you, God, for your goodness, for your mercy, for your grace. Thank you, God, for your divine love that you have loved us with, Lord. I thank you, dear God, for each one that is in this place today, God. I thank you, Lord, that they represent us, Lord. And we just ask, God, that your mighty spirit and your mighty power, God, would reach down, Lord, and lead and guide and direct each of their lives, Lord. We pray your blessings upon them, God. And we ask, Lord, that you give direction, Lord, as we look to you, for you're our great and our mighty God, our Savior, our Lord, our King of kings and our Lord of lords. You're our bread of life today. You're our hope, Lord. And God, we just ask right now, Lord, for your divine blessings upon each and every one that is in this house, Lord, that they would be the leaders, God, that you would have them to be, Lord, that they would be the leaders in their communities, Lord, the leaders of our great state, Lord. God, as we give you the glory, we give you the honor, Lord. I thank you for each and every one of them. I pray your blessings upon them, upon their families, Lord, and all of those that they represent. As today we give you all the honor, the praise, and the glory. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Ricky. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the counter, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent to dispense the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Shanks. For what purpose?
I need to call a rules meeting right now.
Chairman of Rules is calling a rules meeting in a rules room right now. All right. Introduction of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On deadline day, I think the ambulance services thought we needed some help, so they're standing in the North Gallery. Too many to numerous ambulance services. Please help make them welcome.
Welcome. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the introduction. There are not too many to name. I have a good friend of mine, a constituent with Medstead Ambulance in the crowd joining us today. Y'all help me make welcome Dave Eldridge.
Welcome, Dave. Good to have you here. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen in the House, if you'll look towards the North Gallery, we've got some amazing students that had to get up and be at school at 4 a.m. this morning to get down here to see their capital. Would you make the North Point Christian School students welcome and make them feel great for getting up so early to come down and see us work?
Welcome. Good to have you young people at your capital today. You're welcome here. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, we're happy to have members of the Mississippi Psychological Association. Would you please stand and let us make you welcome?
Welcome. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you turn your attention to the South Gallery, and I ask that you help me make welcome my good friend, the ambulance director himself, Mr. John Paul Gates.
Welcome, sir. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
You're recognized.
On behalf of myself, Representative Cockerham, Representative Mims, and Representative Mango, in the South Gallery, we would like, help me make welcome Mr. Tyler Blaylock from Meadville, Mississippi.
Welcome, gentlemen. All right, we're going to suspend business for a couple of minutes for rules to adjourn their meeting and then pass out the newly printed calendars. It won't take just a couple of minutes, and we will proceed with business. So let's not recess. Let's just suspend business for a few minutes. Hang close. I'm sorry, gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two friends that are in the North Gallery, South Gallery, that I want to introduce. James Garrix from M-Serve Ambulance Service and Mr. Chuck Carter from AAA in Hattiesburg.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have y'all here. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
You recognize.
In the North Gallery, I'd like to welcome two senior soccer players from Moss Point High School, Jamel Ducksworth and Javier Bautista, who are here for a camp. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have y'all here. All right, let the House come back to order. I believe we have a play sheet now. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney, for what purpose?
Announcement, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Just found out one of our pages is turning 18 years old today. Zach Knopper. Raise your hand, Zach.
Zach in here? All right, stand up, Zach. Oh.
He's the son of our IT guru, Brent Knopper. So happy birthday, Zach.
Very cool. He needs to go back there and stand by the gentleman from Choctaw and we can compare hair. See how this deal works out. Are you up to the challenge, gentlemen?
Am I recognized, Mr.
No, sir, you're not recognized. You're absolutely not. All right, we will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Anybody have a gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 1, House Bill 1193. I move to table.
Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 6, House Bill 1585, and move to table.
Gentleman's motion is to item 6, House Bill 1585. Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Is anyone seeking recognition in opposition? My board's lighting up, but I think you're all chairman. All right. Question occurs on the gentleman's motion to table. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 4, House Bill number 1522. I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any other chairman have an item they wish to table?
Mr. Speaker, on number 3, we have an amendment we're waiting on for that one, so we may have to go back to that at some point.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, rules calendar. Chairman of Rules. Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to go to item 2, HCR 43, and item 3, HCR 44, and call those up en bloc.
All right. Is there any objection to calling these 2 HCRs up en bloc? I don't see any. We will proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Any explanation as to those 2?
No explanation.
All right. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the resolutions are adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item 4, HR 25, and item 5, HR 26, and call those up en bloc as well.
It's 2 House resolutions. Is there any objection to those being called up en bloc? Hearing none, we will do that. Anything further on those resolutions, gentlemen?
Immediate release, please.
Okay, let's get them passed first. Question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 25 and House Resolution 26. If you favor the resolutions, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the gentleman has requested immediate release on these HCRs and HRs. Is there any objection to that? We will follow that procedure, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Laid on the table, subject to call. Chairman of Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call item 1, House Bill 1392, off the table.
Gentleman's motion is to call the item up off the table. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The bill's back before us. Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to present the bill.
The bill's back before us. I didn't hear your request. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. On item 1, House Bill 1392, I'd like to call it up and make the usual motions.
Yeah, we had been in, yeah, the bill is back before us. All those motions had been made.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
I'm being technical. I was just checking with council. So it's back before us, and I believe
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to present the bill.
You recognize, gentlemen, to explain that committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, before us is House Bill 1392. We passed a bill last year that was establishing a rate for ambulance companies to get paid for out-of-network coverage. We've come back to try to do a little bit of work on that bill. I will tell you before we get started, there's a reverse repealer in here. There's still work to be done on this. The changes that we have made in committee, you will see, let's see, on lines 88 and 89, we're going to pay the lesser of 250% of the reimbursement allowed by Medicare. Those are the changes that were made in committee. Upon further work on this bill, I have a few changes. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the proper time that I'd like for the clerk to read, and I'll explain the amendment once she reads it.
You want to explain your amendment, gentlemen? Madam Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment number 1 to committee sub for 1392 by DeWeese. Amend on line 10 by striking brought forward and inserting in lieu thereof amended. Amend further on lines 45 and 74 by striking 2024 and inserting in lieu thereof 2025. Amend further by inserting the following language after the word place on line 48. And such treatment or assessment made by with the use of telemedicine as defined in section 83-9-351. Amend further by inserting the following after the period on line 85. The Department of Insurance shall publish such rates on its website within 10 days of the ambulance service provider and a county, municipality, or special purpose district or authority executing a contract that establishes the rates, or within 10 days of the approval or establishment of an ordinance or regulation enacted by the county, municipality, or special purpose district or authority that establishes the rates. Amend further by adding the following language after the word charges on line 93. Provided, however, that if the rates described in subparagraph I of this paragraph B are the lesser rates, whether or not the payor pays such lesser rates, the ambulance service provider's billed charges shall be included in the explanation of benefits, documenting the allowed payment amount, and shall be deemed to be the amount of payment allowed for each service for purposes of the emergency ambulance services provisions of section 43-13-117. Amend further by inserting the following language after 4 on line 102. The ambulance service provider shall be paid in accordance with the assignment of benefits as provided in law, and amend further by striking 5 on line 104 and inserting in lieu thereof 6. Amend further on line 107 by striking the following: July 1, 2025, and shall stand repealed on June 30th, 2025, and insert in lieu thereof the following: passage and shall stand repealed 1 day before passage. Amend title to conform.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that was a lot to go through, and if you give me just a second, I'll explain kind of what we're doing through that. I'll go to the second, or probably the third part of the amendment, allowing telemedicine to be used as we look at rural health care and these ambulance services, what they provide for us is a wonderful service. I want them to be able to use telemedicine and telehealth when they're out on a call and be able to be compensated for such. So that's why we've added that. Insurance publishing the rates. Right now, we don't really know what we're paying between the allowed billable rate or the percentage of the Medicare rate. So companies need to be able to see exactly what they're going to pay. The next amendment was just that the recognized rate shall be delivered so that the ambulance companies and insurance companies can negotiate from there, but they need to have their recognized rate delivered. Also, them being paid with accordance to the assignment of benefits will guarantee that they are getting paid from the insurance companies directly to the provider. That's the reason for that. And then we're just making this effective upon passage once in the reverse repealer in there. So that's the explanation of the amendments. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher.
Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Are we making sure that our ambulance services are paid commensurate with other states? Are we in line?
Again, we're working on that. We're trying to define what's going to work best for Mississippi with the percentage rate. That's a work in progress. We want to continue looking at that and make sure we come up with the rate that's best for us.
Okay, well, I appreciate your hard work on that. I want to ensure that they're treated fairly.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I just have a question. We passed this bill unanimously last year, given 325%. I think it was unanimous or very close to it, overwhelmingly in the House. So why are we altering the percentage now when we so heavily supported that last year?
The percentage last year read that they would be paid the contract amount or 325% of the Medicare rate, the greater of the two.
Correct. So that was an error, and all we had to do is go back and take the greater of out and leave the percentage alone. So I'm trying to figure out why we're not just taking that or greater of out and leaving our percentage alone.
Well, that's certainly a consideration, and we'll continue looking at that as we work on that. But as I stated earlier, as we started getting into this, we see some other opportunities that may help the ambulance services even further. So I wanted to take that opportunity to offer as much assistance as we could.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your work, but as y'all do work through this process, just please remember that we voted for that overwhelmingly last year.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, time's expired on the amendment. The question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further, gentlemen, on the bill?
No, sir.
All right. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I want to follow you on this. Now, last year, as the lady said, we passed a bill overwhelmingly to try to help our ambulance services. Have you had any discussion with the ambulance services about the legislation you got pending now?
I've had more discussion about ambulances than I ever wanted to have in my life. Yes, sir.
Have you got any indication from them how they feel about this legislation?
I have listened to all parties. Again, that's why I'm saying I want to continue to roll this, and let's continue to make sure we meet what's best for us.
And gentlemen, as you know, that our counties, they ultimately bear the responsibility of making sure that we have emergency services in our county. So many of these ambulance services, when they don't make the money from insurance, self-pay, that our counties have to supplement these ambulance services. You're familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And you do know over the last 4 or 5 years, some counties have had rate increases as high as 50, 60%.
Right.
Okay. So if we don't figure out something that makes sure these ambulance services can continue to function, then ultimately it's going to fall on our local taxpayers.
That's correct. Okay. That's what I'm
So
watching
we got
as
your
well.
assurance that as y'all say around here, as it worked itself through the process,
that's
our ambulance service is going to be made whole.
That's certainly in mind in the balance that I'm trying to achieve here.
And we do have a reverse repealer, correct?
Yes, sir. We do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. Gentlemen, you move final passage. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Somebody vote to chairman. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 105 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 1, House Bill 1404, and make the usual motions.
Okay, we are now on the general calendar. Gentleman calls up item 1, House Bill 1404. He calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
You're not adopting the committee sub, gentlemen? It's got a committee sub.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir. Adopting the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now you're recognized for your amendment, gentlemen. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1404 cleans up some technicalities that we've had with the bill we passed last year, House Bill 1640. And 1640 has made a tremendous difference already in our state with mental health care. 58% decrease in the people who were held in jail to go to the state hospital. A 63% decrease in the time people have waited in jail. But we've had a few issues with it that we can correct here today. One is the pre-affidavit screening for people who go to the acute psychiatric commitments. They go directly, they're in the 72-hour hold, they've been taken to acute psychiatric care where they receive 2 professional evaluations, but in 1640 it's still called for the pre-evaluation. This removes the pre-evaluation from someone already in the acute psychiatric commitment area where they've received 2 professional evaluations. So it removes the pre-evaluation. The other part, it standardized the reporting from the CMHCs. We required in 1640 for the chanceries to give us reporting. That's been inconsistent, so it requires the Department of Mental Health to standardize that reporting method and make it easily available to the chanceries to report. They report this quarterly. And lastly, it adds a pre-screening for alcohol and drug commitments. Currently, there is no pre-screening in some of the regions. By default, if someone comes in for mental health issues or drug and alcohol, they just automatically give them the drug and alcohol label, and then therefore they are held in jail a little longer. This requires an A&D commitment to have a pre-screening so they can be determined if it's truly drug and alcohol or if it's a mental health issue. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Pearl River, you have a question on the amendment? You're recognized.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I don't have the amendment in front of me, but I'm looking at your committee sub and on line 1134, subsection E there. Okay, gentlemen, last year you mentioned the reforms you guys made in this process last year, and I do have to commend you for that, particularly the pre-screening requirement. In my other job, I am a defender for lunacy court or mental health court in Pearl River County, so I deal with these cases almost every day. My question is, last year we required this pre-affidavit screening, and since you passed that bill, I've noticed a considerable downturn in what I consider to be basically unfounded affidavits. Why are we deciding here in this section to still allow an interested person to move forward with the petition even though the professional who screened the individual has recommended the petition is not necessary?
Gentlemen, I think we're talking about the same thing, but this puts in for the alcohol and drug screening, which we did not have to determine that. Is that?
Which I understand it's there, but it requires a pre-screening for drug and alcohol, okay?
That's correct.
And the pre-screener is a professional working for one of your community health centers. And that professional, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that professional screens the potential individual being committed and makes a determination, A, he needs to be committed, a petition needs to proceed, or B, he doesn't need to be committed. So if that professional comes back and says, no, this individual does not need to be committed, why are we still allowing the affiant to move forward with a petition despite what the professional has advised?
Yeah, I mean, if the pre-screener determines that they don't need to be committed, they should not be.
I understand that, but this provision here seems to contradict that. It says if the interested person wishes to proceed with a petition contrary to the recommendation of the pre-affidavit screener, application may still be made to the chancellor. So why are we even allowing an individual to make an application to a judge if the pre-screener says no?
Yeah, it was my understanding that was not the case, and I mean, if we need to make that change, I'm willing to make it.
I would definitely appreciate an amendment striking that subsection, gentlemen.
Do you want to offer the amendment now, or do you want me to work on it in the Senate?
Does this have a reverse repealer in it?
It does not. It does not.
Gentlemen, if you can commit to me that we'll make sure this is out before we're done, I won't bother you with an amendment today, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you,
gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
You move final passage?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the bill? Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 2, House Bill 1094, called up, make the usual motions.
You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from DeSoto to explain the bill.
Council wants me to tell all of our chairman and bill presenters you don't have to make the usual motion today if you've had your bill read the third time. So just housekeeping, technical issues. So the bill is before us, and the gentleman from DeSoto is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is actually a pretty simple bill. What it does is it removes certain things from the Public Procurement Review Board. What happens is the lab that they operate in the Department of Health, it has very specialized equipment, and oftentimes both the servicing and the purchasing, there's only one vendor out there. And so what it does is it removes those items from the Public Procurement Review Board, just like we do for UMMC, for the State Crime Lab, for DEQ, and that's pretty much it. If there aren't any questions, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
Questions on the bill. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott. Oh, she's here with her amendment. All right. She's recognized for her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My amendment is simple. What it does, it says that any newspaper which is qualified to advertise delinquent taxes shall be included to advertise requests for proposals. And that's so that we can, we have some newspapers that we received testimony that said they did not know that these requests that the state was making for proposals were being let. So if they are qualified to advertise for delinquent taxes, then we want the PP Review Board to also advertise their RFPs with them. And that's what the amendment does. Hey, Bella.
Ma'am, if you would, clerk needs your amendment.
I appreciate the lady's intent here, but this accomplishes a simple task that the Department of Health needs, and I'm afraid that it would put this bill in jeopardy, so I'd ask you to vote the amendment down.
Does the lady wish to close on her amendment?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this doesn't do anything to the Health Department or any of that. All it says is that the Procurement Board will advertise with newspapers that can advertise delinquent taxes. And the reason that we want to do that is to make sure that for those of you who have small newspapers that do advertise these delinquent taxes, that your people will know about these requests for proposals. And it won't be the same people getting them and your folks don't know what's going on. Your people in Quitman don't know. Your people in Perry County, they don't know because they're not getting the Clarion Ledger. So what this will do is to say to the Procurement Board, if they're good enough to advertise the delinquent taxes in the local area, then you ought to put a legal advertisement in there telling the people what these requests for proposals and all of these millions of dollars of contracts, and allow the citizens all over the state to know what's going on. And if your constituents have that ability, then they will have an opportunity to do an RFP. But if you don't know, then you can't do, you can't feed somebody that doesn't know they're hungry. Our people don't participate because they don't know. So I would ask that you would pass this amendment, and we would give an opportunity for all of the people in Mississippi, especially in these small towns where they have small newspapers, that they will know about these requests for proposals. Thank you.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There's sufficient number. If you want it, please stand up. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 38 yeas, 76 nays, the amendment fails. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 101 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item 3, House Bill 1474.
You're recognized to explain the bill. I see you got a committee sub, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I have a committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Lincoln to explain the bill.
Lady from Lincoln is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. This bill is for the Department of Corrections and their health care. I spent a lot of time this summer going from prison to prison and in being in contact with a lot of people. This is what we came up with. The Department of Health shall have the authority to conduct a comprehensive review of the medical care provided to its inmates of the Mississippi Department of Corrections and its comprehensive correctional health care services. Right now, we signed a new contract that went into effect October 7th, and today the Department of Corrections, with all their medical experience, is oversight to their health care. In performing such a review, the Department of Health shall have access to all files, records of the Department of Corrections and their contractor who is providing their health care. Any facility where the Department of Corrections renders medical care to inmates, including state penitentiaries, state correctional institutions, privately managed prisons, regionals, jails, hospitals, clinic, and county jails where the state inmates are being held in custody. All physicians, nurses, and other persons who are involved in providing medical care to inmates of that department, the Department of Health will have access to. In performing this review, the Department of Health shall have the authority to use existing staff of the Department of Health and to engage any contractor necessary to complete the review, including but not limited to physicians, nurses, and other medical and non-medical staff as required by the state health officer. The review shall focus on quality of medical care rendered to inmates, including but not limited to patient outcomes, inmate access to medical staff, and shall further address the adequacy and fitness of any facility wherein services are rendered. The Department of Corrections, its staff, sheriffs of counties housing state inmates, regional jails, wardens, personnel of private prison, and all the staff and contractors involved in providing health care to the state inmates shall cooperate with the Department of Health in conducting this review. Upon the completion of the review, the Department of Health shall provide copies of its review and report to the Speaker of the House, the Lieutenant Governor, the House and Senate Chairs of Correction Committee, the Chair of Senate and House Public Health and Welfare, the Chair of the House Peer Committee, not Chairman, just Peer Committee, and the Department of Corrections. The Department of Health will do a comprehensive correctional health care services, establish a hepatitis C program for the state inmates. You know, they do the tuberculosis care and they manage that quite well. We don't have any outbreaks of tuberculosis in prison, and I want them to do the same type of program for hepatitis C. The Department of Health shall develop a plan for improving women's health. We don't do pap smears, we don't do mammograms, we don't tend to women's health. We have pregnant women, and we're going to make sure that they're taken care of. I did a lot of these after talking to many inmates. Inmates right now, if they ask to see the physician or nurse practitioner, they are charged $10 a visit if they receive medicine and $6 a visit if they do not. We pay for their health care. Last year we paid $109 million, and this year it's going to be $119 million, and we're asking someone who has no money to pay for health care. And that will stop as soon as this bill passes. There shall be available in each housing unit a kiosk or pad, but what I'm looking for, what I need to happen is that once that inmate asks to see a medical provider, that goes electronically to the medical provider. There are stacks of paper this tall for inmates having to fill out a piece of paper. Sometimes they get there, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they make it, sometimes they don't. Inmates are still, if they didn't get to see the doctor, still charged the money. So we're going to make it a kiosk, and I'm asking in this bill to make it a legal part of their medical record. If they didn't get seen, we want to know why. And also within 24 hours, every medical person in the world, much less the state, knows that you triage those sheets when you get them. If somebody's having chest pain, that's real different from the one that's having athlete's foot. But the word is triage, and we need to be using it. If the state inmate is disabled or has difficulty walking, Right now, they're having to somehow get their food and their medicine way in other buildings, and I want some kind of program set up for inmates that are disabled. We have inmates on hospice. We have different types of inmates that aren't able to get up and walk to get their medicine and their food, and the Department of Corrections is to come up with a plan along with their provider to do that. Another problem we have is that their contractor gets there in the morning, and most all inmates go to a class, a GED class. They work. They're trying to get their certificates of welding. You know, we're doing a great job of making sure they're not idle. But yet, when they get up, have their breakfast, and go off to work, then by the time the medical people arrive in the building, they're gone. And they may not get their diabetes medicine or their antipsychotic medicine or their COPD or whatever it is they need to live. They're going off into work and not receiving that medicine. We're going to settle that. We're going to have them get their medicine and move on about their day. Then about 3 or 4 o'clock, they're getting ready to go home for the evening, and these folks, these inmates are still out working or in class, and they give them their nighttime medicine so they can go home. We're going to give medicine at the appropriate time that is prescribed, and we're going to make sure that they're not working on heavy equipment on their nighttime medicine. We're going to assure that they're going to be in their class to learn their A&D program and their GED or whatever they're going to, and they're not falling asleep in class. I have a few more things to say. Sorry, you can wave that flag all you want to, but this is my bill and my time. The Department of Corrections shall hire a dietitian. I think they have one in a contract. I'm just trying to make sure. If you're on dialysis, folks, we have patients on dialysis. They have to have a special meal. You have a diabetic, they have to have a special meal. So I need to make sure that they're getting the meal that we're going to be able to do no harm, as medical people are vowed to do. There shall be a nurse there 24 hours a day. It can be an LPN, but we're going to have a nurse there. Healthcare doesn't stop at 4 o'clock every day and 4 o'clock on Fridays. There's a whole lot that goes on in state facilities, and we're going to make sure somebody is there to make a decision. I don't care if they sleep when nothing's going on, but we're going to have somebody there, and I'll give you a little example. We had an inmate that took some medication that he wasn't supposed to, some drugs, let me just say it, and he actually was having a panic attack, but he thought he was having a stroke. So there's no medical person there at all to determine what's going on. They call an ambulance, and the hospital sends a $50,000 helicopter. He rides in the helicopter to the hospital, and 2 hours later they bring him back in the van because he's okay. But triage needed to be done for the state of Mississippi not to have to pay that bill. Now, I'm finally done, but I want to thank the speaker because he has stood with me, and he said, I gave you this position to fix it, and this is me fixing it. Now, I'm also going to say something else. So, the governor wants to hire an outside firm, out-of-state firm, to come in here and do this. You know, the out-of-state firm that wrote this contract got us in the mess we're in now with no oversight. I don't want an outside firm. I want to know what's going on, and I want to know that we fix it. So I'm asking you to please, let's fix this once and for all, and this bill is a great start, and I hope he'll let it pass. And that's my explanation of the bill.
Thank you, lady. I see some questions on the bill, but I'm going to recognize the lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones. She's been waiting a long time, and I missed her for an introduction out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are so pleased to have in the North and the South Gallery the Mississippi Women's Economic Security Initiative and the Black Women's Roundtable that are both in the North and the South Gallery. They are here today to remind us to secure the bag, and we want to make them feel welcome as they're here. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome. Thank you, lady. All right, questions on the bill. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Yeo.
Yes, sir.
I have been submitting a bill every year to enhance the mental health availability for released inmates from punishment. Well, from all of the prisons, I guess. And I must agree that you've been a hero for mental health and you've been a hero for prison reform. But I would like for you to tell me why no mental health has been mentioned in these reforms that you are discussing and that you're submitting for us to approve, which is great. But we all know that one of the biggest problems that the inmates have, particularly the ones that's being released, is mental health situations. And secondly, are we going to be able to serve the whole prison population with these programs you're advocating? Or are we going to have an eligibility requirement that's necessary to serve a certain segment of the population, inmate population? And then thirdly, what about the guards inflicting a lot of these mental health situations themselves? We understand that a lot of the prisons are being mistreated by the guards, creating health situations. Are you aware of that, madam?
I didn't understand the last sentence. I'm going to be really honest with you.
But the last part I'm saying, a lot of them are being mistreated by the guards themselves that create health problems. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And what about that mental health?
Well, let me tell you that I have been in meeting with Wendy Bailey, our executive over the mental health department, and I told her this is the anniversary of my first year to be over correction. So I told her next year that we need to contract with mental health, whether it be that we have their psychiatrists, their psychologists all make rounds, whatever it is we need to do, because you're correct. About half of our population has a mental health problem, and it needs to be addressed. I need to get in there first and see what's going on, and then I'll be in a better position next year to contract with the Department of Mental Health.
Gentleman from Hancock, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
I'd like y'all to my wonderful desk mate, Representative McKnight, and his beautiful daughter, Reagan McKnight, who it's her birthday today, and she's here visiting her daddy. Just give her a warm welcome, please.
Welcome, lady. Happy birthday. Welcome. All right, further interrogation. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark. He's got an introduction as well. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, in the South Gallery, on behalf of the Holmes County delegation, we have Ms. Linda Salas and Ms. Martina Stanford from Holmes County. Let's help make them welcome.
Welcome, ladies. Good to have y'all. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott. All right. You're recognized for your introduction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like for you to help me make welcome a lady who is a fantastic banker in Laurel, Mississippi. I owed her a lot of money at one time, Mr. Speaker, but thank God I don't owe her a dime now. Y'all please make welcome our great banker from Trustmark, Miss Fakewell Ball. She's in the South Gallery.
Welcome, lady. Good to have you here. All right, I don't see any further questions. You have further interrogation, gentlemen? I'll get right to you. I'm trying to finish up, ladies, through with her explanation. Anything further, lady, on the bill?
I just want to also say one thing. This isn't going to cost us anything. The Department of Health has gladly said that they would do this, and any monies that it's going to cost, in this bill it says it's coming out of the $119 million that we by contract are going to pay anyway. So I just thought I'd throw that out.
All right, you move final passage?
Yes, sir.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown, for an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I would like for you to give a warm welcome to one of the pioneer workforce development, community workforce development programs in the state of Mississippi, one that I've advocated, and I want you to greet him. He's been in business for about 20 or 30 years, called Access Training. George Jones, former great athlete over at Forest Hill High School.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you here. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery is a good friend of all of ours, Leslie Davis, a Miss Republican of Mississippi, and with her is Tanya Snellnut from Alliance of Defending Freedom. So thank you so much.
Welcome, ladies. Good to have y'all here. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope I'm not out of order, but can we do something about the air? Some of us that are facing hair challenges are freezing in the chamber.
Are you cold or hot, gentlemen?
I'm freezing.
You're freezing. All right. I'll see what we can do about it. Gentleman from Washington said he was just fine. We can make a rule exception and get you a toboggan. How about that? I'm kidding. We'll check on it. All right. Gentleman from Union, Chairman, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 4, House Bill 1447, where I have a committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain that committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Department of Health is responsible for testing our water due to federal laws called the Safe Drinking Water Act. They have to do this annually. They're running at a deficit of $2 million a year. Currently, they're charging $3 annually per connection, $3 annually. They're asking to go up 75 cents to $3.75. That's 75 cents an additional per connection annually. This would close that deficit a little over half, and they think they can make the rest up elsewhere. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any gentlemen. I'm sorry, you got an amendment? The gentleman from Tallahatchie, does he have an amendment? You're recognized to explain your amendment, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, will the clerk read the amendment, please?
Madam Clerk, if you would read the amendment.
Amendment number 1 by Rosebud to 1447. Insert after line 84 before section 2. Require timely reporting to towns, cities, and water systems of any report by telephone, email, and portal system. Water operators should be made aware immediately or within 24 hours.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen of the House, the amendment is simply adding a requirement. They're asking for extra funds. Those water operators in different systems need to be made aware of what those findings are, as opposed to the towns getting fines for things that they weren't made aware of in case the reporting was done in a slow manner. That's the explanation of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, to respond.
I got no issue with the amendment.
All right. Question recurs to the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 5, House Bill 1402.
You are recognized to explain the bill.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from DeSoto to explain the bill.
Gentleman from DeSoto is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1402 comes to us by request of the Mississippi Department of Health. Lines 32 through 34 are being requested by the Department of Health to utilize funds already collected by the agency to support maternal health, infant and child health programs, and the work of vital records and statistics. The language just clarifies that permissible use of the funding is not limited to the outdated interpretations that it can only be used to utilize and produce birth certificates and records. It grants the agency the ability to also support other vital public health programs. The Mississippi Department of Health anticipates leveraging this funding to support the statutorily mandated Early Intervention Task Force recommendations and the implementation of the recommendations made by the Multi-Agency Maternal Mortality Review Board. The ability to leverage these existing funds will replace the need for Mississippi Department of Health to request increased state source funds to support these essential health programs. That is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen. You move final passage?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. All right. Gentleman, Chairman of Wildlife, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like unanimous consent to go to item 20, House Bill 1637, to make the usual motion.
Is there objection to the gentleman skipping down to item 20 and taking up this bill for the junior gentleman from Jackson who will be attending his sister swearing-in ceremony this afternoon?
Defer to the young gentleman from Jackson.
Yeah, gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
I don't have an objection, but if we don't plan to be here all day, you know, this is a hunting bill. We'll be talking about this till tomorrow morning.
You're right about that, but I had sympathy for the gentleman who was trying to make his sister's swearing-in ceremony.
Thank
you. It is on him. That's why he's asking you for consent, whoever said that. So object if you don't want him up there. Otherwise, he's going to present the bill. All right, gentlemen, we are down to item 20. Thank you, gentlemen from Adams. I appreciate your...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 20, House Bill 1637. This is a wildlife restitution bill. Currently, of the 45 states that have wildlife restitution, we are the only one in which the restitution is paid to the landowner. This bill seeks to change that. So the only restitution that would now be paid to the landowner under this bill is if it is a fish caught on, if it's a fish caught in a private lake, pond, or other private body of water. And now the restitution would be paid to the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks and deposited in their fund for any other wild game. It'd be an assessment of not less than $100 nor more than $500 per animal with a maximum aggregate amount of $2,000. That's an explanation of the bill, and Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the proper time.
You want to offer your amendment now? You're recognized to offer your amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk, have a copy. You're recognized to explain it.
The amendment it amends lines 49 and 50 by deleting the language "to the natural resource." Really, that's just cleaning up. It says restitution to the natural resource by paying an assessment. Some people in committee didn't like that explanation, that language, so we're going to change it up a little bit. And that is an explanation of the amendment. I would move to adopt the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, the question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentleman yield?
I do.
Just want to make sure the landowner's not getting any fine money now? Did I miss that?
That's correct, except for fish caught in their private pond, lake, or private body of water.
So the fines would go back to them to replenish your pond, lake, or whatever they want to do with it?
Whatever they want to do with it. The idea behind it is, the wildlife of Mississippi is held in trust for the benefit of the people of Mississippi, so we're trying to get restitution back into the correct hands rather than a private landowner.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you here?
I do.
I've been feeding this deer for 5 years. He's about a 150 class buck. And he goes over there on Billy Adams' land, he shoots him.
That's right.
I don't get none of my corn money back.
No.
Bad bill.
It ain't easy having pals, gentlemen. All right, I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas, 16 nays, the bill passes. All right, we will move back to where we were in our calendar, down to item 6, I believe. Chairman Judd A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 6, House Bill 1081 is in front of the House.
You've called it up. You are recognized to explain it.
I'd like to call the bill up, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you've done that, and you're recognized to explain it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. House Bill 1081 is an act to declare that the fundamental rights of parents to direct the upbringing of their children and to prohibit any agency of the state of Mississippi from infringing on that fundamental right of the parents, and it's any of those restrictive means should be narrowly construed, tailored to meet a compelling governmental interest by the least restrictive means. And so basically we're saying parents have the right, the fundamental right, which includes the right to an education, upbringing, care, and control of their children, and that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 7, House Bill 1366. I'd like to call it up.
Gentlemen, I see you got a committee sub.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the proper time.
Right. Now would be that time. You want to explain your amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we're just inserting a reverse repealer in this bill. As we work it through the process, we'll be bringing this bill back to you in a final form of a conference report if the Senate brings it to us. So that's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs with the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker. Basically what this bill does is just allows our chancellors and our circuits that have office space inside county or is provided from them, it gives them the discretion on how that money is going to be spent. Currently, if they AOC has to acquire approval for it. Also, if they don't use all their administrative office expense, it turns around and goes back to AOC. This bill says that they are allowed to keep that. They're also allowed to go to the bar convention using that office expense. We did have a provision in this bill that we were going to pay the law clerks at the same amount of the assistant district attorneys due to the amount of money that's in there. That's why I put the reverse repealer. We're going to continue to look at that specific aspect of the bill. And basically, we're just saying that our circuit and our chancellors are going to have discretion on how these offices and how they do their expenses. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott, for a question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly, lady.
Okay, now you said to the House that line 66, that part that, I believe that's 66, that escalates the amount for the assistance.
Yes, lady.
Can you tell the House what, do you have a fiscal note on this?
I don't have a physical note on this, and that is the reason why I put this reverse repealer in the bill, because we wanted to look to see exactly what the pay scale was for the law clerks. The bill just had it initially set at with what regard assistant district attorneys are paid, and that was brought up in appropriations, and that's why I put the reverse repealer on the floor. That way we can continue to work at it, and if we have an issue with the money, we will bill will either pass or to go by the wayside.
And let me ask you this, gentleman, for the count, because does the state pay all of this expense?
Yes.
The state pays all of this expense?
The state will pay the expense, yes.
So the state is paying for judges to go to the bar convention?
Well, here's the issue with that, lady. They have to receive judicial training that they go, and at these conventions that they have an opportunity to receive additional judicial training and like CLE and bar convention expenses. Now, if they spend all their money in their expenses, they can't go. Currently, under current law, they can petition and ask the Supreme Court Justice, and we passed that last year to grant them permission. But if they don't have the money in their account, they can't go.
And how many judges in the state of Mississippi doesn't have enough adequate space that the state?
I don't know. Some counties provide room, some don't provide room in the courthouse and have buildings for them. So it's just a little bit different.
Well,
I don't have a breakdown of it.
Did Judiciary A receive any information from AOC over there saying that they had many judges that didn't have anywhere to go?
I have not received anything from AOC. I've actually asked for some other numbers with regard to where some of the money's going for our MEC filings and our Justice Court filing fee bill, and I haven't received that yet either.
So we got a bill before the House, you would agree, gentlemen, that's escalating the amount of money that judges get.
It's not escalating it, lady.
The amount of expense dollars that they are going to
It's not escalating it, lady.
Well, then tell us what this bill is doing.
Basically, it allows them to have the discretion on how they spend their office-based money.
Okay, gentlemen, I believe that on line 29, 30, 32 of this bill that you're
and lady,
handling.
you need to go into the striked-out version of the bill. If you'll go onto the website, and I don't know exactly where line it is, but there's a strikeout version that talks about that $7,000. I just struck that out and moved it to the other part of the bill. So I actually just showed a fellow gentleman from Clark that same language right before I came up here, didn't I, gentlemen?
Okay, well, let me say to you, gentlemen, that yesterday, when you asked for the bill to be read for the third time, I thought it was on the committee substitute, so I thought that's what we were entertaining. So you're telling me we have something different before us now?
Lady, I'm telling you, the committee sub
What do we have before us now?
You have House Bill 1366, lady, with the committee sub that's been adopted with an amendment that was voted on by this body.
Okay. All right, well, let me ask you this then, and I'll be true. Whatever it is that's before us, and whatever it is that we voted on, did you take out the $7,000 language, and did you take out the that was in this committee substitute?
Lady, the $7,000 is on the original delete. If you'll go look on your computer for just a second and go to the strikeout version of that bill, you will see where the $7,000 deletion language came from. I took that deleted language and I moved it over to this other section. That language had some stuff about an individual whose office was created prior to 1996. Don't hold me to the exact year, but that's where the language came from. And if I misspoke, I don't think I have, but if I have, we've got a reverse repealer in this bill. When I exit this podium right here, I'll take my computer, I will show you where that deleted language was moved from.
Okay, but it is still $7,000,
Yes.
wherever you put it in the bill.
Yes, it's still 7. The deleted language was 7, the new language is 7.
And they also can go somewhere else other than the courthouse if, with
That's
this.
current, yeah, that's already current
But I'm
law.
saying with this more money for the 7,000.
Either they have a office space provided by the county, lady from Jones, or they rent their own and use the money that's paid from for that expense.
Okay, and if they have any left, they can go to the bar convention.
And they can use that money how they would like, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks. I'm sorry, we'll get right to you. All right, I don't see any further questions, gentlemen, on this bill.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You met some of their classmates earlier today, but the rest of the 5th grade class from North Point Christian School is in the North Gallery, so if you guys would welcome them to their capital, we're glad that you guys are here today.
Yeah. Welcome, young people. Good to have you here today at your capital. You're welcome. All right. Gentleman from Choctaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 8, House Bill 599, I'd like to call it up.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we passed this bill last year, and basically what this bill does is it provides a civil action for anyone that produces any commercial entity that produces any type of obscene or child pornography on the internet. We are holding the internet provider harmless with regard to that because they may or may not know it. That's the exact same language you had last year. But what we're trying to do is to keep these people from publishing child pornography and other types of matters on the internet. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Pearl River, you ready? We are down to item 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub. You call the bill up first, gentlemen.
Call the bill up, Mr. Speaker.
All right, bill's before us. The gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1308 codifies the crime of child grooming. Basically, child grooming occurs under this legislation when a person over the age of 21 knowingly engages in a pattern of conduct or communication in person through a third party or through the use of an electronic device, computer, social media, or text message, or other means to gain access to gain the compliance of, to prepare, to persuade, to induce, or to coerce a child to engage in sexually explicit conduct or human trafficking, or to procure the sexual servitude of that child. Any person who violates this section will be guilty of a felony. The minimum and maximum is 0 to 5 years and $0 to $10,000 fine. If you're in a position of trust or authority, like a teacher or whatnot, then that penalty is 2 to 10 years and $0 to $20,000. It also increases if somebody is already a registered sex offender. If a registered sex offender commits this crime, then the minimum maximum is 2 to 20 years. There is a provision in here that permits the court to register the individual as a sex offender. It is not a requirement to register as a sex offender. The court would consider each case on a case-by-case basis and determine whether or not a sex offender registration is warranted. That is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, you got an excellent bill, but can you consider
add incest to that? Because some of them felons may be grooming them kids for the same thing. Just consider it. You don't gotta.
Did you say incest?
Incest.
I believe
yes.
that's already in here.
All right, thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So the penalty for grooming a child is 5 years?
Yes.
5 years? Okay. And they don't have to register as a sex offender on a case-by-case? I mean, what would be the case where you wouldn't?
Well, the judge is allowed to consider it. I will say this, the way the language is, it does not require an act, okay? So this is simply communication with a child that may be perceived to be getting that child ready to do an act. Okay. So that's why the court needs to look at whether or not the communication was sufficient enough to warrant registration.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hancock, Mr. Anderson.
Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I didn't hear you wrong. Why are we 21 and older? Why aren't we 18 and older?
Say that one more time. Why are we 21?
Did you tell me that this applies to 21 years and older?
Yes, currently.
Why did we go all the way up to there? Why don't we start at 18?
At this point, gentlemen, the child number is 16 years and younger. That's how we define a child here, because the age of consent is 16 in Mississippi. And under most, the age of majority in Mississippi under most statutes is still 21.
You know, we have a lot of, this is becoming a lot with the younger, and I really, okay, I'll let you have it.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
I got it. Thank you. The next item, I believe, should be House Bill 162, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Yes, sir. You call that item up?
Yes, sir. Call it up.
You are recognized to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 162.
Gentlemen, let me back up. You need to call it up and make the usual motion. That one was not read the third time.
Okay. Well, I'll make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 162 dealing with justice court filing fees. On the front end, I do want to make sure you all understand this is not the bill that raises the jurisdictional amount for justice court. This simply deals with the filing fees. A couple of years ago, we raised the circuit and chancery clerk filing fees from $35 to $45 per filing. We left the justice court clerks out of that. So this will allow an increase in filing fees from $35 to $45 in justice court. It also raises the DUI fee from $15 to $25. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. And I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas, 14 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 11, House Bill number 1509.
You are recognized to explain that bill.
Thank you. I have an amendment at proper time.
You want to offer it now?
Yes, offer it. It's been offered and filed. What this amendment does is takes out the retroactive language and also adds a reverse repealer. That's the explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is raises the salary of the district attorneys to $1,000 less than circuit and chancery court judges, and again has the takes out retroactive language and reverse repealers in the bill. That's the explanation.
Move questions on the bill. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
I have a question, Mr. Speaker, about the fiscal note. Do you have a fiscal note, Mr.
I do.
Chairman? Can you tell the House how much this is going to cost the state?
Well, at the most, it's going to be about, depending on how we do redistricting, it's going to be less than this number. Is $4.4 million over the period.
And if you do redistricting?
Well, lady, we're going to be looking at the number of assistant DAs as well as VACs and things of that nature as far as the judges. You're probably going to have a +2 on judges on the House position, but I anticipate that there's going to be some realignment of the assistant DAs, somewhere around that same number, hopefully it'll be less than 4 million.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final adoption.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 12, House Bill 1285, and have the gentleman from Green.
Gentleman from Green is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1285 deals with how bail bonding entities and the Department of Insurance interact. It gives bail bond entities 20 days in which to comply with the Department of Insurance before their license to issue bail bonds is revoked. It also requires that courts place warrants. When they take a warrant for somebody who misses court, requires them to place that on the National Criminal Information Center, NCIC. That's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. One last item before we break for lunch. And I believe this is the last Judd B item. We are down to that item 13, lady.
Thank you. I'd like to call up item 13, House Bill 1470, and ask the gentleman from Grenada to explain the bill.
All right, and I believe we got a committee sub.
Move for adoption committee sub, Mr.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this committee sub does is, in the language where there's reimbursement for the regionals, it takes out the language that says may pay $32.71 and says shall. I think that's around line 2011. And also it has a technical change in the pretrial diversion program that allows for bill of informations to be used for pretrial diversion. That's the explanation of the committee sub.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney, for a question.
Gentleman Yale?
Yes, sir.
You know, since I've been here, we've always had the regional jails and then the private jails. What are the private jails being paid now?
I can't tell you that. Which one are you referring to? We have MTC over in, I don't know what the current rate is somewhere around 60, something like that. Don't hold me to that.
Okay, so
I can ask the chairman if you want me to ask her real quick.
Well, just an average, I guess. I've been hearing for years there's a discrepancy between the two. So, you know, we're paying our regionals.
Well, there's also other expenses that the privates have to capture that the regionals don't.
Thank you.
I mean, they have other expenses that within their contract that they're required to take care of that the regionals don't have to.
So basically,
medical stuff
double
like
the cost per day. Anyway, that's just something. Thank you, sir.
Basically. But Jim, I want to tell you, this does cover all those state inmates within the county jails as well. They're all going to be paid the same $32.71. We're going to clear up the confusion that we've had over the last couple of years.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Announcements before we go to lunch. Madam Clerk. Gentleman from Clark.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Yes, sir. Everybody please give a warm welcome to Little Creek, Big Creek, Sam Creek Mo's son.
All right, welcome, gentlemen. It's a proud papa right there. Be proud of your dad. He's worked hard this session. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I will recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 1:30. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess till 1:30. Let the House come back to order. I believe when we suspended business and recessed, we were down maybe to 14. Item 14. Chairman of Business and Commerce, gentleman from Rankin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we go to item 14 and call it up.
You're recognized for the bill.
And I recognize the gentleman from Lauderdale to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lauderdale is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is House Bill 669. It's to revise the Mississippi architect licensing laws to authorize multidisciplinary firms to include architects, landscape architects, engineers, as long as one active member or stockholder of the firm holds a certificate to practice architecture in the state of Mississippi. All three parties have endorsed it. We've passed it in this House many times, and that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I move we go to item 15, House Bill 245, and have a committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill to establish the Hazard Mitigation Revolving Loan Fund program to provide assistance for projects that will reduce disaster risk for homeowners. On January 14th, 2025, FEMA released a funding opportunity, $178 million through fiscal year 2025, called the Safeguarding Tomorrow Revolving Loan Fund. And what this bill does is it creates a fund to receive that money. And they put up $500,000 and they get $5 million. So it's a pretty good deal. And some of you have had problems with, have asked about how to deal with the dead pine trees in your area. This fund would be a way to deal with that and other hazards, hurricanes, tornadoes, etc. And this money would be available to draw down from your counties who get it from MEMA. And that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, in the North Gallery, we have one of my good friends from Harrison County, our circuit clerk, Mr. Justin Wilson, in the order. Please make him welcome.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you here. Good to see you. All right, we're back to education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can go to item number 16, House Bill number 1142. Call it up, make the usual motion.
All right, gentlemen, it's been read a third time, and you've called the bill up this before, so you're recognized to explain it.
I would ask that the gentleman from Lamar, my vice chair, be allowed to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lamar, vice chair, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1142 simply clarifies the qualifications for pre-K instructors to make sure that the standards we hold pre-K instructors to in our collaboratives are the same as those in charter schools and schools that use money from the other state-invested pre-K for their pre-K program. So that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
So you're making some different qualifications for people that teach Head Start?
No, we're actually just making sure that the qualifications are the same across the board. Right now, there's some discrepancy in the law for the charters that may have pre-K and for the programs that use the state-invested pre-K fund. There's a difference between the law there with our collaboratives. So we're just making it all the same across the board.
Thank you, gentlemen.
No problem.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to item number 7, House Bill 1563, and call it up.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
I would ask that the gentleman from Lamar, my vice chair, be allowed to explain it.
Gentleman from Lamar is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1563 just establishes a mentorship program for school business officers. This is something that we've heard from the school business officers, from the Department of Education as well, that we don't have a huge supply of qualified people that take these positions. So a lot of them that come into them don't understand how school finance works, may have questions, need some support. So this would just establish a mentorship program for them. And I do have an amendment at the proper time.
All right, you're recognized for your amendment.
This amendment would strike a provision in the original bill that would require the mentor be currently employed as a school business officer. We've spoken to a lot of people involved in the School Business Officer Association, former business officers that are retired that wanted to serve as mentors, so we're just making that change to allow them to serve.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. I'm sorry, gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks, for a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Is this a paid position, a PIN, or something like that we're doing, or are they just mentoring them in their new role?
It's not. So the School Business Officer Association isn't a government entity. They're just an association similar to other associations we have. They've just asked that we allow them to work with the department to serve in this mentor capacity. So it's not they're not a state employee. There's no funding associated with this.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
All right, move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. I wanted to ask you one more question. You recognize, gentlemen, for further work.
On item 18, we're going to skip over that item.
All right. I believe that concludes your items. Thank you. Down to Judd B. I don't see the chairman. We've already passed item 20. So we're back to education, gentlemen, at item 21.
I'd ask that we skip.
AET. Mr. Chairman. Thought I just saw him right there. Chairman of AET. Gentleman from Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 22 and bring it up.
You're recognized to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the gentleman from Minnesota to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill about the Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission. It has been 5 members strong, but they wanted to make some additions to it. It will be, as of July 1st, 2025, it will be composed of 7 members. All the 5 members that came from Claiborne County will serve as they have been elected or appointed, and but there will be another one appointed by the governor that's from a statewide area. And all these appointments will be for 5 years, and there will be another one that will be appointed by the governor for a state large appointment after consideration of recommendations for the appointment made by the Speaker of the House. They'll all serve for 5 years. The ones that are serving now will serve to the end of their terms and be replaced, and then the other two will be replaced after 5 years. It'll be on a rotating basis. So it's just a simple bill. All the members of the board, current board, are for this measure. So I'll leave it with that. Anyone have any questions?
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 23, House Bill 1293, and bring it up.
All right, you're recognized to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce the gentleman. I'd like the gentleman from Pike to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Pike's recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1293 simply allows the board of the Pat Harrison Waterway District to change the criteria for the appointment of the board of directors. That's a brief explanation of the bill. I'll take any questions if I have any, if there are any. All right. So, can y'all hear me now? House Bill 1293 simply allows the Pat Harrison Waterway District to revise the eligibility criteria for their board. That is an explanation of the bill. I'll take any questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Okay, so you're simply allowing them to revise the eligibility criteria. Could you elaborate on what has changed from the current eligibility to what we're changing it to?
Certainly, gentlemen. If you have the bill pulled up on line 38 through 41, basically says that the person that's the people making the appointment cannot be a current member of the Board of Supervisors or a full-time elected official or an employee of the county.
The appointee to the board cannot be one of those people?
The person making the appointment cannot appoint those individuals.
Okay, I thought the Board of Supervisors currently appoint. They do?
Currently, currently that's what we're changing.
All right, who is going to do the appointing now since they're not going to be able to?
Well, it's the person who is making the appointment. Yeah, they're currently making the appointments. They just can't appoint themselves.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. That's what I need to hear. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sorry if I wasn't clear.
Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Real quick, gentleman yield.
Yes.
Did this come at the request of the Pat Harrison Board?
That's correct. I actually believe that their attorney requested that these changes be made.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 111 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll go to item number 24, House Bill 1530, and bring it up.
All right, you are recognized to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is when the Warren Yazoo Mental Health Board added in 5 counties over the last couple of years. They had to go out and get each one of the supervisors to put in a resolution, which they have all done. So we added in Region 15, Adams County, Claiborne County, Jefferson County, and Wilkinson County, and they've all put it in their minutes that they agree and how the board is going to be handled. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. State Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to the next item, 25, House Bill 1134.
1194, I believe, gentlemen.
That's correct.
All right, it's been read the third time. It's before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please recognize the author of the bill, the gentleman from Hines.
Junior gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, 1194 is a simple bill. It authorizes Jackson Water to be able to I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was interrupted by the gentleman to my left. But this bill authorizes Jackson Water to be able to get low tax exempt bonds so they can do maintenance and provide service to our water system in the city of Jackson. And that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no objection, I'd like to go to item number 67, House Bill 1149.
Is there objection to the gentleman skipping over to this item? Is there any objection to him getting into fireworks after he's been into liquor all week? You've passed all kind of liquor bills. Now we're going to fireworks?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
All right, tell us what we're doing to fireworks. Item 67, House Bill 1149. Do you call that bill up?
I believe it's been read for the third time.
Yes, sir. So you call it up. You're recognized to explain it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, as the Speaker mentioned, this is dealing with the sale of fireworks in the state of Mississippi. Right now, as you know, the legal season for being able to sell fireworks is June through July, and December through January. This will add 1 week on the front end in June, and it will add an additional 1 week on the back end in January, for a total of 2 additional weeks in which you will be able to sell fireworks legally in Mississippi. That ends my explanation.
Do you yield for questions, gentlemen?
Absolutely.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, if you'd help me with this information on this bill. 1149. Fireworks, we're going to set the dates that can start and stop selling fireworks. Is that correct?
That's already set, gentlemen. We're just adding 2 weeks. One on the front end and one on the back end.
Now, they buy fireworks from whoever manufactures those. They have them out there retail for sale, but then some of them don't sell, so they have to do what? Hold them? What can they do with them?
They can sell them the following year.
What can they do with them?
They can sell them the following year.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah, we're not changing that.
Okay, but I'm just asking, after that date, they can no longer sell those fireworks to the public. So what can they do with any leftover inventory?
They can store them and keep them for the following year.
That's what I was wondering.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Gentlemen, I believe the gentleman from Jones behind you here has an amendment.
Yes, sir.
Didn't I see a blue sheet? Gentleman from Jones, you want to explain your amendment?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Can we have the clerk read the amendment, please?
We could. Madam Clerk, please read the amendment.
Amendment number 1 by Representative Blackwell. Amend by deleting lines 9 through 11 in their entirety and line 12 through the period, and inserting in lieu thereof the following. 45-13-9. No fireworks shall be sold or offered for sale at retail except during the period from June 8 through July 12 and the period from December 5 through January 9 of each year. Amend further on line 22 by inserting the letter A after the number 1, and on line 32 by inserting the following after the word and, upon conviction of a first offense. Amend further by inserting the following after line 27. B, for a second offense of violating section 45-13-9 by selling fireworks on a date other than the dates authorized for the retail sale of fireworks. The offender is guilty of a misdemeanor and, upon conviction thereof, shall be punished by a fine not to exceed $1,000 or imprisonment in the county jail for a term not to exceed 1 year or both. C, for a third or subsequent offense of violating section 45-13-9 by selling fireworks on a date other than the dates authorized for the retail sale of fireworks. The offender is guilty of a felony and, upon conviction thereof, shall be punished by a fine not to exceed $5,000 or imprisonment in the county jail or custody of the Mississippi Department of Corrections for a term not to exceed 1 year or
I think
both.
the amendment's author wants the clerk to stop reading the amendment now.
Amend further the title by inserting the following language after the word misdemeanor on line 9 and provide that a third or subsequent offense is a felony.
All right, gentlemen. You're recognized for your amendment.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I should have just explained it right quick. Anyway, any questions on the amendment?
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
If I heard what the clerk was reading so eloquently, are you making it a felony to sell fireworks outside of the allotted dates?
So if you look at the bill, it's already, as it is now, it's a felony to sell outside those timelines. So the bill is making it a misdemeanor and only a one-time up to $500 fee. My amendment continues that. For a second offense, it's still a misdemeanor with a potentially raised fine. On the third offense, it's a potentially raised fine and a felony if it's a third offense.
Okay, so we're giving some misdemeanor options there, basically.
Correct.
Is what you're saying. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter. He passes. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Varner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, I sell fireworks twice a year, and so I get the whole thing. So my question is, so if somebody has a wedding or, and they need fireworks for the wedding, so they can only buy them, make sure it is in that June and July and December time that we're talking about, right? So they cannot buy them any other time throughout the year. Is that
well, you
correct?
may be speaking to the bill, and the chairman.
Oh, I may be.
Yeah,
but also to the felony, because if you sell them outside that time, you could be in trouble. Am I correct in that?
If you sell them retail outside that time, and most of these event places buy them wholesale.
Okay.
So that would be a different situation to do something like that. If you look at the bill, anyway, yes.
I mean, I'm not going to vote on the bill because I can't, a conflict of interest here, but I'm just wanting to just clarify that. So if somebody's to ask me in that fireworks world. So.
Of course, the event buying them wouldn't be, it would be the business that sold them at retail. Like I said, most of those places buy them wholesale and stock them for those events.
Gotcha. Okay.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Could you, I'm not in the fireworks business. There seems to be an awful lot of restrictions in this bill and in the amendment. Is there a reason why it's so restrictive on sale of fireworks?
The amendment does not do any more restrictions other than after the third offense it makes it a felony, which it is now, and that's what the bill does. The bill changes it to a misdemeanor.
It changed, okay, right.
I
guess I'm speaking to the bill.
I agree with you. There are
maybe the chairman, when he gets back, he can answer that question for me. Is that after the amendment? after the amendment is done away with. Okay.
Gentleman's time has expired on his amendment. Does the chairman wish to respond?
I do, Mr. Speaker. To save some time and to get us through this, the committee has no objection.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. If you're not in favor of the amendment, indicate by saying no. Noes have it. The noes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 8 nays, the bill passes. Chairman of Drug Policy. Lady from Pearl River is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item number 26, House Bill 1455, and I recognize the gentleman from Green to present the bill.
Gentleman from Green is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have an amendment.
You may explain your amendment, gentlemen.
The amendment just adds a reverse repealer.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen? You want to tell us about it?
I can tell you about it. What this bill does, the bill we passed last year regarding 340B pharmacies put in a prohibition for interference from manufacturers of drugs and distributors. The bill currently removes distributors from the language, just clarification language. That's my explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item number 27, House Bill 1463, and recognize the gentleman from Hines to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill simply addresses the NPLEX system that 35 states across the country utilize this system to track over-the-counter drugs such as Sudafed and ephedrine sales, and we're requiring those manufacturers of those drugs to pay into this system so we can track it and make sure there's no illegal use of crystal meth. That's the description of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Brings us down to item 28, Chairman of Conservation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 28, House Bill 1102, and call it up.
You're recognized to explain it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all know we've been working on oyster leases off the Mississippi coast for the past few years. Department of Marine Resources is in the middle right now of evaluating and awarding those leases. Hopefully they will have that done in the next 60 days. This bill right here will simply bring all the code sections forward just in case the need comes up that we might need to change something or fix something within those leases. We're going to send it over to the Senate. They're going to change a little something in it, send it back. We're going to send it to conference. We'll have it sitting there ready if the need arises that we need to change something. And that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item number 29, House Bill 74. Call it up.
You're recognized to explain it, gentlemen.
Recognize the gentleman from Pike.
Gentleman from Pike is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we're going to try to speed through this bill. House Bill 74 simply increases the speed limit on our highways that are 65 to 70 and from 70 to 75. That's a really good explanation of the bill. A really good explanation, quick explanation of the bill. I'll take any questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentleman yield.
I guess, gentlemen.
This came up several years ago, and I'm going to ask the same question. If people went the speed limit, I would agree with you. But the speed, I'm sorry, I know, but whatever we raise it to, they're going to go 5-8 miles over that amount. So,
they'd be breaking the law, gentlemen.
Excuse me?
They'd be breaking the law.
Right now the law's being broke by a lot of people that fly by me all the time.
You should speed up then, gentlemen. Catch up with the rest of the state.
Just let you know, I'm not for it. Thank you for the bill.
That's okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for your question. If you need a ride from the coast, call me. I'll come get you.
Gentleman from Etowamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you.
Well, I'm not a chairman yet, but I appreciate that. Go ahead.
Okay. What effect is this going to have on insurance rates in Mississippi?
Gentlemen, that's not germane to the bill. You had to talk to your insurance company.
I thought maybe y'all had some facts on it, whether it would increase it or not.
No, Jim, I hadn't spoken to the insurance commissioner or my own personal insurance agent.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 110 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Bring us down to item 30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to number 30, House Bill 703, and call it up.
You're recognized to explain it, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the simple bill that allows school resource officers be authorized by local law enforcement agencies to enter into agreements with independent non-public schools to provide security. In other words, if you've got a private school or a school out there that has a football game, they would be allowed to have the sheriff department or police department contract and get paid to do it. Y'all, this is probably already going on in most of your areas. They may not be being paid. So the issue here is to try to help them be able to get paid. That's my explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to skip number 31. We've got a Senate bill that's doing the exact same thing to save some time.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
There's a Senate bill that does exactly the same thing coming, so we're going to skip this one.
Okay. Chairman Judday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 32, House Bill 957.
Gentleman calls up 957. You're recognized to explain it, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this just extends the repealer on a patent infringement, and it was set to expire this year, so we extended it another 3 years, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to skip item number 33, Mr. Speaker. We've had enough of fireworks today in the House. So let's go to item 34, House Bill 1442, and call it up.
And gentlemen, I see you got a committee sub.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain that committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, last year when we did our mental health commitment bill, we allowed that the treating physician could sign off on the affidavit for a conservatorship or a guardianship. And what we have found out is that once the individual is sent to a state hospital or someone that contracts with that city, that they will not, those doctors or psychiatrists are refusing to sign off on the certificate of an affidavit for a guardianship or conservatorship. And so what this language does is, what we do is we have a lot of individuals that get committed that are frequent flyers. They get committed multiple times every couple of months. And so what this bill does is says if someone has been committed to one of these state hospitals at least 3 times in the past 2 years, then that upon the request and the filing of a petition for a guardianship in their local chancery court, that the treating physician at one of these state hospitals will conduct the certificate of medical examination. These individuals already have these medical records with them from where they've been committed in the past, and also the attorney that was filing the guardianship in the local issue could ask for a release of those records to be sent up to that doctor or guardianship at the state hospital. And so that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Down to item 35, Chairman of Business and Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we skip item 35, 36, 37, and go to item 38, House Bill 991. I call the bill up.
You are recognized to explain it, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the Mississippi Principal and Income Act of 2013. We're revising provisions relating to partial liquidation. It's come to me from a law firm that's in Jackson here and also on the coast, and this is from the coast office, but they deal with estate planning and partial liquidations, and if the partial liquidation is above 20%, there's currently no place in law that allows for the taxes to be paid out of the principal. And what this bill would do is simply rectify that and let the taxes be paid out of the principal in a partial liquidation. Happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Go to item 39, House Bill 1166, and call the bill up.
You are recognized to explain it.
Recognize the gentleman from Madison to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Madison is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1166, State Fire Marshal's Office, we're authorizing to approve construction plans for buildings not less than 75 feet. What we're trying to do here is improve some safety codes in our code section. Currently, there is no pre-construction rules when it comes to buildings above 75 feet. So we're just requiring them to submit plans to the State Fire Marshal's Office for approval. Going to help safety in the state. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Gentleman yield.
I will.
Does this supersede local jurisdictions?
This is put in state law.
So in saying that, have you consulted, or whoever the bill author has consulted with MML and other agencies, or is this just something we're doing at a state level regardless?
This is just the state level. Buildings above 75 feet, like I said, currently right now, yeah, it's currently there's nothing in statute, anything above 75 feet. So they will go through the insurance and fire marshal's office. They have to submit those plans.
Okay, and we don't see this as another bureaucratic thing that's going to slow development throughout the state?
I don't consider that. I consider it safety.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Some counties don't have local building codes. Would this enforce that on those counties?
Anything built above 75 feet, it would.
The title of it says less than 75 feet. So
we're requiring them to submit plans if the building is above 75 feet. They have to have pre-construction plans submitted to the fire marshal's
What's the
office.
penalty if they don't submit it to them?
I think it's up to not less than. Gentlemen, it's current law. We're not changing anything with the penalties there.
Okay, so but it's right now counties that don't have building codes, they don't have to submit this to the plant to state fire marshal.
Let me make sure.
Huh?
Yeah, they do. They do, gentlemen. Yes.
They do? Then
Yes.
why do we need this legislation?
Well, I mean, we don't have anything above 75 feet. They don't have to currently submit it.
Why is this a 3/5 vote?
Yeah, there is a fine in there, gentlemen, for $3,000.
See that you're working this bill through the process, gentlemen. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jim from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would a gentleman yield?
I will.
Gentlemen, is this just for residential and commercial, or
I'm sorry.
both? Residential, building, or commercial?
Just commercial.
Just commercial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm a little bit on this, trying to figure out this 3/5 as well. Is it an additional fee in addition to the fine?
Yeah, when you're submitting your application to the fire marshal's office, you're going to submit that fee.
Okay, so it's an
Yes, sir.
application fee. And
Correct.
how much is that application fee?
Yeah, so it's nothing that's defined. It's just a reasonable fee to the fire marshal.
And the state fire marshal be the one that will...
that is correct.
Okay, gentlemen, continue to yield the floor.
Sir?
Nothing further.
Yes, sir.
They're building tall buildings in Gluckstadt.
Hey, there's no doubt. They got a lot of buildings in Choctaw County above 75 feet too, sir.
Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood, for further interrogation.
Do you yield, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Gentlemen. Now.
Is that legal? Can he do that?
Now you have called out Choctaw County with regard to these buildings, okay?
Above 75 feet.
Above 75 feet. So
Yes,
you're
sir.
telling me you want me to vote for a piece of legislation that takes it out of the hands of the local people that they represent back home and give it to some bureaucrat down in Jackson? Is that what you're trying to tell me I got to do?
Listen, sir. No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. I want you to vote for this piece of legislation, sir, because it's safety. I mean, how do we know that these buildings above 75 feet are going to be safe for you to walk into? It's a public safety issue, sir.
I might have a
I'm trying
motion,
to keep
Mr.
you
Speaker,
safe,
proper
gentlemen.
time.
I want to keep you safe and make
got-
sure you're comfortable walking in these buildings that are above 75 feet. That's what we're trying to do here.
So you're saying just 75 feet, you're not talking about taking the voice of the people away back in Choctaw County?
Absolutely not, sir. I would never do that to your people. Love the people of Choctaw County.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? That's everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 15 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we go to item 40, House Bill 1547, and call it up.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain it.
This is a bill that exempts certain pharmaceutical distributors from the Consumer Protection Act. They don't want to be in violation of the statute when they're under a federal order to interfere with a shipment of opioids if it's deemed suspicious until it's been investigated. So it just makes them exempt from Consumer Protection Act. That's my explanation of the bill. Happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 1 nay, bill passed. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
I'd ask with unanimous consent that we go to item 55, House Bill 1157.
Those two gentlemen behind you may object to that. Is there any objection to the gentleman taking up another item down at item 55? All right, gentlemen, we will do that.
Thank you.
I see you got a committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. This is from it's from the Mississippi Independent Auto Dealers Association. It requires continuing education as a condition of application for licensure renewal, and there's reverse repealer in the bill. So that's my explanation of the bill.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what is the CE, the continuing education hours requirement now?
The continuing education requirements determined by the independent dealers and the Department of Revenue, and it's whatever new is going on in the world of selling used cars year after year.
Okay.
Whether it's in ethics requirements, or it's in dealing with people, or if it's in recalls that are going on, those types of things are involved in CE.
Okay, but what this bill is doing, at least what I'm reading that it's doing, is that they're going to, the Mississippi Independent Auto Dealers Association, in conjunction with the Department of Revenue, is going to determine the continuing education hours for these dealers, for the licensees, right, for them to be renewed.
Yes, ma'am, and it's not so much for the owner of the dealership, but it is for the finance person and for those who are involved in administration. Just keeping them up to breast with the newest things that are happening, as we go forward.
Okay, so my question to you again is, what are they required to do now? How many continuing education hours are they required now?
I want to say they're required to take a test before they're licensed, but in order to get their license renewed, I don't think they have to have any CE credit now.
So what you're doing now is requiring that if this becomes law.
That's right, and we're hoping, what I'm anticipating is going to be, and there's a reverse repealer in the bill, and we can find out for sure all this, but I think it's going to be online. It's going to be just kind of a reading comprehension. You read a paragraph about the new thing, and then maybe answer a multiple choice, test on what you just read.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what about the independent so-called used car dealer? He's not necessarily a licensed dealer, but he sells 2 or 3 cars a week, 2 or 3 cars a month.
I think whatever the rules are through the Mississippi Independent Dealers Association, I don't know what it is, how many cars you have to sell to qualify to be part of that. But this will be people that are members of their association.
So
if they're currently not members of their association, I don't think they would be required to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
I do.
Gentlemen, where's the used car university at that you got to go get this education continued from?
The used car university is online.
I mean, you says it's requiring education, and I'm just wondering, is there a used car university? And when you take the test, are you graded on a curve or?
Well, the Department of Revenue and the Mississippi Independent Auto Dealer Association will determine how many hours and what the content's going to be. But all of that will be, you'll be able to be tested online. It'll be an open book test. It ain't going to be too bad, but it's going to be good for the consumer to know that their car dealers have been educated in whatever the most recent updates are as far as ethics, as far as recalls, as far as problems that are going on across the country.
Let me ask you this, gentlemen, because I think most of us in here know how a used car dealer is. At this university, furthering their education, do they teach them how to apply Astroglide?
I'm not aware, unless it could be used in the pistons.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I don't see anyone else seeking interrogation. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? I'll go with you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 20 yeas and 85 nays, the bill fails.
Business yields the floor.
All right, we return back up to where there was more viable work.
Maybe we shouldn't have let him.
Item 41, I believe, gentlemen. Is that right?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up item 41, House Bill 556, and I want to yield to the gentleman from Rankin to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is what this does, everybody knows where the Sun and Sand's at, and then the Mississippi College of Law is across the street behind it. There's some vacant houses there. I know. There's some vacant houses there that are deteriorated real bad, and this would allow DFA to purchase those properties and tear them down, and they will be used for parking. Anybody got any questions on that? I've got a friendly amendment from the gentleman from Jefferson.
The gentleman's recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment simply does is that it seeks to reclassify the president's residential dwelling at Alcorn State University from commercial to residential property for the purpose of allowing licensed residential builders to perform construction and capital improvements on the property. So put it very simple, the estimate to repair the president's house on that campus is $400,000. If we transform it to residential instead of commercial, it would only be $170,000. We'll save $300,000, and we could use that $300,000 toward other improvements on campus. I think this is a good bill, and I believe other college campuses in this state need the same thing to their presidents' homes. And that's the explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
I yield.
My good friend, you said you save how much money on this? If you
About $330,000.
And you're going to use that money to do what with?
To do other things to make other repairs on campus.
Okay, what about repairs to your football team? Thank you, gentlemen.
We don't. That was a low one right there.
All right. I don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final
He
passage.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to call up item 42, House Bill 1167, and also want to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for 1167 and move for its consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain that committee sub.
Okay, is what this bill does and what the sub does, it names some of the buildings out at the Fire Academy after some people. I think there's like 5 people that they want to name these buildings after. To be honest with you, I have a biography of each one of them. If someone wants to see them, I really only know Mary Ann Stevens, who was a former representative here. But anyway, the request is coming through the bill to name some of these buildings out on the Fire Academy after these people. If anyone wants to see the bios of the people, I'll be glad to give them to you. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Call up item 43, House Bill 1436.
You're recognized to explain it.
What this bill is, what it does is there's a lot in Gulfport that MDOT owns right now, and they want to transfer it to the city of Gulfport. What had happened is Gulfport maintains this lot, and if you're from the coast, you probably know they've cleaned it and they've sodded it and did some work on it, and they got in trouble by the state auditor because they don't own it. And the state auditor says they cannot maintain that lot, and MDOT doesn't have a use for it, and they are said it's fine. Everyone is in agreement that it needs to be turned over to the city of Gulfport, and that's what we're doing, trying to turn that lot over from MDOT to the city of Gulfport, and that's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any questions on the bill. I believe you got an amendment, gentlemen. Gentleman standing behind you does. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
This amendment just allows a similar situation in Greene County. Department of Transportation owns a piece of property that's not been used in about 25 years. It's an old right-of-way for the Chickasahee River Bridge. This would just transfer that back to the Greene County Board of Supervisors.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen? He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Chairman of Public Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 45, House Bill 943, and pull up the committee sub in lieu of the bill.
Gentlemen, we're skipping 44.
Skipping 44, yes, sir.
All right, we're item 45, House Bill 943. Gentlemen's called it up, and I see you got a committee sub, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. We're going to take it, the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain that committee sub.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill to authorize the Public Service Commission to be over a private water utility to help arbitrate and mediate rate increases. That's pretty much the bill, but I do have a couple of quick amendments.
All right. You want to explain your amendments?
All right, the first amendment is to remove the reverse repealer.
Questions on Amendment 1? I don't see any, gentlemen.
All right.
Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Okay. The second amendment, there's some language in there that may inadvertently pull in the power companies for rate disputes, and we wanted to make sure that this was strictly for water disputes and not, we didn't want to include the power companies, and that explains that amendment.
Questions on Amendment 2? Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Is this limited to price only that they can mediate in?
Yes, it would be water rates only.
Quality, would quality be involved in that?
Not the way it's written right now. We may try something next year to start reining some of this stuff in.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, don't see any further questions on Amendment 2. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
I don't have anything further, but I think there's another amendment behind me.
All right. Gentleman from Oktibbeha is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Amendment 3, and this is going to be specific, really and truly for the places that are having a high growth, but I'll read you my amendment. Whenever a health department places a restriction on a rural water association related to usage capacity or upon the admission of the water association that the association is unable to serve a customer or customers, a customer of the rural water association may take such steps as may be necessary to facilitate procuring water utility services from local county municipality operating a water system that was able to provide adequate service to the customer. If the county or municipal water system accepts the ratepayer as a customer, the Rural Water Association must cooperate in removing the customer from its system and discontinuing service to that customer. Upon request of the Rural Water Association or the ratepayer aggrieved by action of the other party under the subsection of the Commission may intervene to ensure a fair and equitable outcome to the parties. Any decision or order by the Commission under this subsection shall be final and binding to both parties. What this amounts to is if you have a situation where a rural water association cannot provide water, they can't provide the capacity, and this has been going on for long enough for it's to create a problem, it's allowing that customer to go find water. We've got economic development that's been stifled. I can speak to Oktibbeha County, that we have places in Oktibbeha County that cannot develop because of this. And this is where this is coming from. We're not intending to harm anybody, but the bottom line is if you're a client, or if you're a customer of one of these rural water associations, your hands are completely tied as to get any kind of help, whether that be building your house or whether that be doing any kind of economic development. And that's my explanation of this amendment. I'll answer any questions.
Questions on Amendment 3? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs with the adoption of Amendment 3. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, Mr. Chairman?
Not unless there's questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 112 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 46, House Bill 1177, and call up the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, we passed this bill, and we wanted to clarify some language to make sure if they already had a relationship with the customer, that they would not be prohibited from telephoning them back. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you. In the North and South Gallery, we have with us today Leadership DeSoto being led by Ms. Susan Rutherford in the North Gallery. And then I also want to point out my good friend, Matthew Kelso, who is an investment banker and also runs the DeSoto County Brief over in the South Gallery. Please make them welcome.
Welcome. Good to have y'all here. All right, we will return to questions, interrogation on the bill. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
What can we do to stop these people from calling altogether?
We did that last year. We're just cleaning this up to where if they already have a relationship, at that point, you're going to have to get with the Attorney General. I mean, we've done what we can do. How about that?
How many calls do you get a day, gentlemen?
I'm not old enough, sir.
My 11-year-old boy gets many calls a day.
Really?
That's exactly right. We got to do something to stop this, gentlemen. Do I have your word that we'll work on this and try to do whatever it takes?
I'm all for it, yes, sir.
To keep these folks from harassing the people we represent?
Absolutely.
All right, I don't see any further questions.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to skip item 47 and go to item 48, House Bill 1186, and call up the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain that committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, last year you may remember up in Marydale, up in the Delta, an elementary school blew up because of a natural gas connection not being connected. Atmos has come to us this year asking for this legislation. What it would require is every year a school district would have to perform a gas test, a pressure test, and then if they did not perform that pressure test, they would have to be, if the pressure test failed, they would have to find the repairs and get these repairs done. This is strictly in the name of safety. A lot of our schools have not had their gas turned off in 50 plus years because it hadn't changed ownership. So like if you bought a house, you're going to have to change ownership, you're going to have gas turned off, and the pressure test will be done. These schools are not happening. They actually have sensitive trucks that have been around. They went around to some of the JPS schools, and over 20% of them right now have an active gas leak on the meter side of the school. So this is strictly a safety issue. Atmos is kind enough. They're also going to put up $500,000 to help with grants for repairs should they be needed by some of these schools. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
I think this is really a good thing, but I got a couple of questions. Do they have a listing of where these schools they've had notices?
They have not given me a list, but I'm sure they have a list. They wanted to perform those tests, and they're just drive-by tests at this point. They wanted to perform to see whether this was really needed, and as it turns out, it probably is.
All right. Well, I do know it happened in a couple of places in the Delta.
Right.
But I was just wondering if it was anywhere else that it was pronounced like that.
Yes, Jackson Public Schools, they found some there. So, I mean, it's going to be multiple places, I'm sure.
So, will this cost the schools at all?
The school will have to pay for
you have an idea what the test costs?
I admitted that. The school will have to pay for the gas test, which could be anywhere from, I don't know, for a home it's like $250. It could be a couple $1,000s for initial gas test, but after that initial test and if they have any repairs, you're really not going to have that many more issues. So you'll have to pay for the gas test, and then you can find a plumber. You may have somebody on staff that is a plumber that could perform the gas test.
So is there any other type of mitigation fund that the state has that could ensure that these schools might be in a tight budget crunch can?
We don't have anything set up. Atmos just has that grant program they were talking about, but we did talk in committee that maybe we try something in appropriations just in case we run into that situation.
All right. Thank you, because I'm concerned about the safety of the kids.
Right,
so
absolutely.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Jim Neal.
Yes, sir.
You got school facilities, and I know this was a K-12 that this incident happened. What about our community colleges and our senior colleges? Does it include them when you say school facilities?
This particular does not.
And then that even makes us think about other publicly owned facilities such as jails and courthouses and so on and so forth. So
correct. Well, if you go back to your IHL stuff, they're going to have multiple buildings, so it would be a pretty good cost for them. We're just trying to start here.
I understand, gentlemen. We might want to look at that one day, but it's a good bill. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Gentleman from Smith, Mr. Tullis.
Gentlemen, will you yield for one quick question? In the event the school does not notify the natural gas provider with the results of the testing, what happens? Do they contact the State Department of Education, or?
Let me peek real quick and find out. Okay. The person that performs the natural gas test or the pressure test is going to be a certified or a certified plumber, and they are required to contact the school and the gas provider if they do find something.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Two more. I'd like to go to item 49, House Bill 1191, and call that committee sub up.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain that committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the Vice Chairman from Chickasaw to handle this bill and the following bill.
Vice Chairman from Chickasaw is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1191 is our Mississippi 811 bill that we bring back every year to tweak tolerances and things like that to make it run smoothly. And it also allows for electric power generation facilities to put a shovel in the ground without calling 811. These facilities are usually behind a high fence, razor wire, armed guard, and they already have maps of where their stuff is. And Mr. Speaker, that is a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
And it's 50.
Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to 50, House Bill 1297, call it up.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
This is a natural gas pipeline safety standard bill. We're just moving our penalties up. We're lower than federal level right now. This gets us in compliance with federal laws. And that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I've actually recently heard about this bill, which was kind of unusual for me. But our current fines, if I'm correct, is $1,000 per each violation per day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And now it's moving to where the maximum civil penalty will be that provided in 49 CFR 190.223. Is that right?
Yes, up to $200,000, and you don't have to do the maximum penalty. It's up to.
So we're moving from $1,000 to up to $200,000, and that's per day, right?
Yeah. All right, let me take over for this real quick. Yeah. PSC called us about this, and currently we are not with the federal regulations. They currently have taken over our pipeline safety stuff. So if somebody's getting fined, it's going to the federal government right now. All we're doing is increasing our stuff to our fines up to the federal minimum that they say. It says up to $200,000. The PSC does not have to fine that. But if we don't do this, the federal government will keep getting our money, and we can't do anything. This way, any fines will go to our general fund and not the federal.
So they can't be double fined. So if the feds are fining them $200,000, we can't come in and do the same?
Right now, the feds are the ones doing the fining because they've taken over from us in Mississippi. This is strictly getting us to where they get out of our business and we can take over the fine structure.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. I believe are we to Jud A?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 51, House Bill 1380, and call it up.
Gentlemen, you are recognized to explain the bill. I see you've got an amendment.
Yes, sir, Mr.
You want to? You have a committee amendment. You want to adopt the amendment now, or you
Yes,
want to?
yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
And the amendment is the bill?
Yes, sir. The amendment was the bill. All we did was put a reverse repealer in it in committee.
All right. We'll vote on that, and then you can explain. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this comes from us, from several of our counties, municipalities, bankers, hospitals, in its regard to cybersecurity threats. What we do is we have a lot of individuals that are taking this personal information and holding it hostage. A lot of these individuals are out of country, that there's no way that they're subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. There's a lot of technical information in it. The first section talks about states, counties, and municipalities and county hospitals. As long as they comply with safety regulations for cybersecurity and enact a program. The second, in Section 3, talks about adopting security programs for individuals, so hospitals, and the reason why I put a reverse repealer in it is because it's very technical, and I wanted to work the bill through the process until we get to the end of the session to make sure that we have a final product that can be trustworthy, and it was double referred to technology and came out. And so we're going to continue to look at it, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Certainly, gentlemen.
So, a city that I'm aware of their water department has been hacked, and some of the citizens' personal information has gotten out. Who's going to be held liable for that?
Well, they're going to have to enact a certain cybersecurity programs that comply with certain standards, and if they do that, then they can still have a cause of action and they can still go after them. But basically what we're trying to do is provide a security mechanism for them.
So do they go after the person or the city?
Well,
let me ask you this question this way, because I'm looking for a little clarity. So if I have been doing direct deposit on my water bill, the system is hacked, they have my banking, they have my banking information. So someone gets in and take my savings, $30,000. Who is responsible for? Who do I go after the receipt to get my money back?
Well, if they don't have certain standards put in place, the county or the city, they would still be open to being sued by that individual that had their stuff taken out of that. A lot of times these individuals are people that are in a foreign country that is not friendly to the United States. And we got one section of the bill for counties and municipalities, and we got another section for like our banks and our hospitals and other things of that nature. And that's the main reason why I put a reverse repealer in the bill, gentlemen, because it is technical. I don't take it lightly that we would set something up for that nature. The bill was actually brought in front of the committee last year. I brought it up. I said it was technical. I said I wanted to look at it during the off season. I did meet with individuals that were concerned about it. They have sent me legislation from other states, and I'm comparing it to them. I'm absolutely want to make sure we protect our consumers, but you know, where there's a will, there's a way, and you have somebody that's a foreign adversary, they'll try to do what they can to break into that. But what we're going to do is we're trying to set up a framework for them, say, hey, you're going to have to follow this, that standard, and it's very technical. And I'll be honest with you, gentlemen, that's the reason why I've got a reverse repealer in it. And before I bring this bill back before this body again, I don't mind sitting down with you to go through those standards, because a lot of that is very technology related. But these are security systems that are put forth by the United States government that are regulated. And so that's what we're trying to do here, is to make sure if these individuals, and I say if, these entities comply with these certain types of regulations, that there will be a presumption that they would comply. But if they had not, then they'll still be open to liability.
So are we giving anybody immunity in this piece of legislation?
It's not exactly an immunity. It's if you go ahead and you comply with the section when it has with regard to these types of programs of cybersecurity. So if you're doing, you know, certainly anything can be hacked, gentlemen, and you know that as well as I do, that even our National Security Agency and other things have been hacked. But what we're trying to do is to try to provide a framework, and technically I've got concerns myself, which is why I've got a reverse repealer in this bill, and to try to make sure we do what we need to do. And if I don't feel like this piece of legislation is worth moving after we get through conference, then we'll kill it. But that's where we are right now, and I don't mind sitting down with you to go through the technical terms of it. And I've got individuals that I've sat back to and listened to, and so that's where we are with it right now. It's going to come back. This bill is going to come back before this body. I don't think you're going to find a city or county that's not going to be in support of this bill, and we're going to give the city and county a little bit more protection than we would the private business. But it is technical, and it's very technical, and I want to make sure before we bring anything else up before this body again, that we have all the pieces of information in front of you.
So a consumer would have some form of recourse. Yes or no?
Yes, there is going to be a presumption. And I say it to you like this: there is a presumption that they have complied with it. Then the consumer could say, no, you did not comply with it. And so but I'm with you, gentlemen, on the position. I've got concerns as well with regard to the security of it.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you?
Certainly, gentlemen.
I think this is a good bill. I just have a question. This is a lawyer question coming up again, as a lot of times for me. Who's going to determine what substantial compliance is?
And I'm going to be honest with you, gentlemen, when I met with the individuals on this bill, that was one of the major concerns that I had, because it is not a definition of what substantially complies with. And so Judge A had over 161 bills in the committee. I've got the reverse repealer in this as we continue to work this bill through the process, but I am absolutely see your point on what substantially complies with. I think you're either sort of going to comply or you're not going to comply, and that's why I want to look at, I've got legislation from other states. I know Florida, I think, has done this, and some other ones, and so when we get a little time, I'm going to sit down and compare some more of that together and get with you. But I absolutely agree with what you said on substantially comply, and that was an issue that I brought up to the individuals that came to the table about this bill, that I had some concerns about that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the chairman yield.
Certainly, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to beat a dead horse, but I also have questions about that particular section.
Okay.
Look at line, I think 26, on line 26. It basically says that the state, county, municipality, county hospital, or other political subdivision of the state is not liable if in connection with the cybersecurity incident, if the entity adopts a cyber standard, and it go ahead on and list that standard. Now, am I reading that correctly? If they adopt a policy, then they have immunity, whether they follow it or not, if they just adopt it.
They're going to have to adopt some safeguards, and if you'll look on that section 2, then if you go over to 3, there are some other additional safety standards for other types of business entities, and that get specific in there. So yeah, I'm with you on this. I'm that's why I got a reverse repealer in it, because I've got questions myself. We're all attorneys, and you're a learned attorney, and the gentleman from Adams is a learned negotiator. But we're going to continue to look at it as we work this bill, because
reading the bill with the not liable and the presumptions scattered out all across the various sections, it's almost giving them immunity. So
if you look in line 34 as well, it includes the National Institute of Standards and Technology Cybersecurity Interest Framework. And so I'm definitely looking more into that to make sure we specify exactly what that is. This is not a Norton antivirus stuff and anybody gets immunity, because I'm not going to bring that bill to you with something like that. I want to make sure that they have something that's going to protect their interests, but I also know at the end of the day, when there's a will and a way, that some of these people are going to hack. But I'm hoping this piece of legislation will help all counties and cities spend a lot more money to get the type of security that they need and get the protection from the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 104 yeas, 12 nays. The bill is passed. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask for unanimous consent to skip down to item number 60?
Yes, sir. If there's no objection. I don't hear any objection. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 60, House Bill 608. Recognize the junior gentleman from Rankin to handle the bill.
All right. I see you got a committee sub, gentlemen. You going to adopt that committee sub?
Adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Mr. Speaker, we have an amendment. I think we want to go ahead and add it this time. Just go ahead and get it all in.
All right. I will recognize the gentleman from Itawamba. He has an amendment to the committee sub. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Can we let the clerk read the amendment? It's short.
Madam Clerk, please read the amendment.
Amendment 1 by Representative Boyd. Amend on line 181 after the word association by inserting the following: that are affiliated with national organizations.
This was just a few words that were left out of the bill on some language that was negotiated between the professional land surveyors and engineers. It's just a minor click in the road, so if you would just allow this to go in.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. This is a merger between the professional engineers and the surveyors. It's an agreement between both groups. We have letters from both groups. The amendment that we just added made the surveyor language consistent with the engineer language. In the current law, section 73.13.1 through 73.13.21 cover definitions, board structure, operations. These sections have changes, but they remain where they are. Section 73.13.23 through 73.13.45 apply to engineer licensure, and section 73.13.71 through 73.13.103 apply to surveying licensure. So it streamlines the code and eliminates duplication and inconsistencies, changes how appointments are made to the board. Both sides have agreed on staggered terms. The National Council of Examiners for Engineers and Surveyors maintains model laws for state licensure board use, and this change aligns the Mississippi Code with the national code where appropriate, including the definition of practice. There's also a cause of action in this bill that for an aggrieved person who gets the license revoked or denied, they have a way to appeal. And so that's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the committee sub? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passed. Recognize the gentleman from Union, Chairman of Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to go to item 83, House Bill 927.
All right. I don't hear any objection, gentlemen. We will go to that item. That's item 83, House Bill 927. You are recognized.
I have a committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
Gentlemen, call it up for us, please, sir. You call that bill up? Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. And I believe you've got a committee sub. You move to adopt the committee sub?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Lowndes to explain the bill.
Lady from Lowndes is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have an amendment to the committee sub inserting a reverse repealer.
All right. Questions on the amendment of the reverse repealer? I don't see any. If you favor the adoption of Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. You're recognized, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 927 provides for the licensure of professional midwives in our state, which are also known as community midwives or direct entry midwives. At this point, we require licensure for hair weavers and tattoo artists, but we don't require licensure for women in the community who are performing births and are midwives. So what this bill will do, it will provide for oversight and licensure for direct entry midwives. It'll provide for a board of midwifery that will promulgate the rules and regulations, and then it will also provide for penalties and for temporary licensure as well. So that's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
For a question, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
Yes.
Because we just found it in our packet. Now, the board, you say you're creating a board, an oversight board for midwifery?
Yes, it'll be a 9-member board.
And who's on that board?
Well, there will be 6 midwives on the board. We'll also have 1 perinatal care provider, and then we'll have 1 member who represents the public who's not trained in professional midwife services, but has had a child born by the use of a professional midwife. And also the executive director of the State Department of Health, which is currently Dr. Edney. So this board will promulgate the rules and regulations. Similar to the cosmetology and barbery board promulgates the rules regarding their licensees, so it'll be very similar to that.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to get to is the legislature seems to be moving. Well, let me ask you this: on the for the board for midwifery, and I think I heard you say, do we have that group that's been advocating for midwifery? Are they listed in here as getting an appointment on this board?
No, there are certain groups that it states in the bill that the governor could appoint from certain groups, but it's not required, lady.
Well, ladies, since y'all have a reverse repealer in this bill.
Yes.
And since we have these huge deserts for obstetrics, and we know that, and we know the good work that the midwives are doing, can we work together? We get that name. We'd like to get, we don't have the name, that's why we're not coming with an amendment. But can we work together through the process to get their name put in this bill so that the ones that have been on the ground from the beginning, that they can be on this board?
Yes, lady, we'll be able to work through this and take a look at that. There are several groups There is a Mississippi group, a Mississippi midwife group. There's Better Birth. There are other groups.
Well, I see Better Birth is in here.
Right. But we have an endorsement from the National Association of Certified Professional Midwives. It's the national group, and they are advocating for the passage of this bill. The midwives want regulation, and that's what we're trying to do, because it's a safety issue. You or I could say that we're midwives and go and say we can deliver a baby, and we may not have no experience. So those midwives that have a specific interest in the safety and the welfare of moms and babies, they are encouraging this licensure because they want to make sure that we're taking care of moms and babies in Mississippi.
I'm for the licensure, lady. I just would like to be sure, and I want to get your commitment, that once we get the name of the group that's been coming over here for years, advocating for midwifery, that they can be included to create the new regulations for midwifery. And we just wanted to see if we could get y'all's commitment that we could get that name to you.
We'll certainly take a look at that. Thank you, lady.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber. For what purpose? He passed. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentle lady will yield.
Yes.
Do you know how many babies are delivered by midwives in Mississippi?
I don't know the exact number. I know that currently we have about 30 that are currently certified. They are certified through other organizations, although the state doesn't require that. We expect there is double or triple that number of midwives that are just out there doing it. And so we know. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Are those numbers available somewhere?
Not that I know of, because we have no tracking, and that's really what we need at this point. We need to know how many midwives are in Mississippi and how many are certified, and we would be able to get those numbers as far as babies. What I can tell you is that over 50% of Mississippi counties are maternal health deserts. So this will certainly help with that. And as you know, we're at the bottom of the list on maternal deaths and infant mortality. So this will help with those issues as well.
I listened to your explanation, but could you tell me whether or not the midwives in Mississippi requested this legislation?
There were several groups, yes, that requested this legislation. Okay. But as you might expect, there may be some that don't want any oversight whatsoever. But that's not what we're elected to do. We're elected to take care of the people of Mississippi. And if there are those that just want to willy-nilly be able to practice their occupation, I mean, that's exactly what we're here to do.
Is there a test required in this bill?
No, that is what the board will decide. They will decide the piece as to the education and the clinicals and the experience, because we can't actually legislate that. We're not experts in midwifery, but they are. So there are national organizations that do certify midwives. The state of Alabama uses an organization to provide for their testing. There are 38 states right now that license midwifery, and we're one of those that, especially in the South, most all of our southern states do have licensure.
Do you know if this is the first time this bill has come before the Mississippi legislature?
I don't know. I've been here 6 years. This is the third year that I've dropped a bill, and this is the first year that it's made it out of committee into the House floor.
Okay. Yeah, my concern is that are we addressing a need or something that needs to be addressed through legislation, or if this is something that we are just basically creating legislation to address a problem that does not exist? That's my concern.
Well, wouldn't you agree that the death of babies that are performed by a midwife, say, who should have referred a mom to a hospital, That's reason enough.
Well, I guess it goes to my first question I asked you, how many babies were delivered by a midwife? I don't know. I hadn't heard of a baby being being delivered by a midwife in some time, and they may occur, and I'm just not aware of it. So
Right.
that's one of the reasons I made my inquiry as to how many babies were actually delivered by midwives. So, but see if you can get that information for
Sure.
me. Thank you very much.
I'd be happy to.
For answering
Thank you.
my question.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield.
Yes.
Lady, I'm looking at line 167 and thereafter, and it allows licensed midwives to administer the following medications.
Yes.
And it gives a list there. Of course, vitamin K, an anti-hemorrhagic agent. Vitamin K itself is an anti-hemorrhagic agent. What concerns me, it also includes intravenous fluids, and it also includes, if you're going to administer anti-hemorrhagic agents, you have to do that by injection. Obviously, with intravenous fluids, you have to do that by injection. And it also refers to allowing the midwife to...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I am looking
Ladies indicating she cannot hear. Please give the presenter your attention. Continue, gentlemen. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm looking at lines 167 and thereafter.
Yes.
Which tells what a certified midwife can basically do as far as administering medications. Line 163 and thereafter lists vitamin K, anti-hemorrhagic agents. Of course, vitamin K itself is an anti-hemorrhagic agent. Local anesthetics, I presume when you say local anesthetics, that's ones that are administered by contact rather than by injection.
Yes.
Oxygen speaks for itself, oxygen mask. Prophylactic eye agents, I presume some type of eye drops that aren't prescription. Intravenous fluids, which again require obviously injection to be intravenous, and also one that also concerns me is RhoGAM. I understand that RhoGAM is a prophylactic for RH factor situations that since RhoGAM exists, we don't have the RH factor problems that we have had in the past with subsequent births for the same lady. It also says any other drug that is consistent with the scope of practice. Are any of these drugs, well, let me say this first. Is RhoGAM itself a prescription drug?
I was RH negative when I gave birth to my daughter, and I know that I had to have injections prior to her birth as well as after the birth. I believe that is a prescription. That was 26 years ago when she was born. I don't remember, but I could certainly find that out for you and let you know.
Okay.
It is prescription according to Nurse Curry.
It is prescription.
But these are midwives that are giving this. Okay. Right.
You said RhoGAM is a prescription medication?
Yes, and that was confirmed by Representative Curry. Yes.
Okay. Well, that brings up another query for me. How's a midwife going to administer a prescription drug and yet they're not qualified to issue prescriptions?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And just a question in passing with you and your birth of your daughter 26 years ago, would I be wrong in probably speculating that that birth was not by a midwife?
Actually, I had a doula, which is not a midwife, But a doula is someone who is a support person throughout your pregnancy and can also be a support person during your delivery. So I did have a doula. I did not deliver at home. I ended up with a cesarean. You know, that's what we have here in Mississippi. We have 38% cesarean births. And we have low birth delivery weight, low birth weight. You know, we have maternal deaths. Women that use midwives are those that want to have more control over their own births. And many of these have had multiple births at home. I've had friends that have delivered with midwives, and I think that goes to being autonomous and being able to make your own determinations. And that's why we're trying to license midwives, is so there's that transparency, and also so there can be licensure. And if they are having disciplinary actions, that's something that would be known. And in the bill, they do have to disclose their education. They have to disclose what type of certification they have. So this really helps those that are out there that might want to hire a midwife, but they don't know, is this a good one? Is it not? You know, we have no licensure. So that's one of the reasons that we need this legislation.
I understand where you're coming from in a sense. The statistic that you used that said that 38% of births in Mississippi are by C-section?
That's per the CDC.
Okay.
Mississippi leads the nation in the following categories: cesarean delivery rate, 38.5. And, you know, a lot of women get to the hospital, they may be put on Pitocin, we're trying to, you know, hurry up a birth. You know, a midwife birth is very different. It's very calming, it's very, you know, you can be at home, take your time. It's totally different in an institutional setting than it is at home or a birthing center.
Well, I understand that. I understand that it might be more comfortable or whatever you want to call it, but that's not my question. The statistic that 38% of Mississippi births are cesarean section bothers me in the sense that if we know that up front, we know 38 births out of every 100 are going to have complications that require C-sections which necessarily have to be done by surgeons. And it looks to me like we are sort of setting ourselves up for failure, at least on perhaps 38% of the cases that might be handled for a midwife, and in particular when we're allowing them to administer medications that we didn't know a few minutes ago, but we do know now that are prescription drugs. I want women to do whatever they want to do that's comfortable, but as most everybody in here that I know has a more concern about what happens to the baby sometimes than what happens to the woman. Would you argue with that?
No, I would not.
This might be something that might make the woman feel better, but it might not be the best thing that could be happening to a birthing fetus or a child at birth.
Thank you.
Thank you, lady.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
A lot of men in here that know a lot about birthing babies.
Looks like another one wants to talk to you about it. Thank you. Gentleman from DeSoto, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlelady yield?
Yes.
In listening to the debate, I think there's a little confusion here. There's a difference between administering and prescribing. If I brought you 2 Tylenol and a glass of water, I'd be administering to you. If I brought you your penicillin prescription that I went and picked up for you and brought you, it's not the same thing here. We're not talking about having midwives write scripts, correct?
Right.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
So obviously the Board of Health is going to have levels of midwifery. If you're a nurse practitioner and you're a midwife, it's going to be completely different from somebody that's not been to nursing school and doesn't have a license.
That's right.
And
there are
they're going to be
certified
able to do
nurse
some
midwives.
things, some are not going to be able to. But if you decide that you want to have your baby at home and you don't want an epidural, God bless you, knock yourself out. But I believe that the deal is we're going to have different levels and we're going to come up with policies and procedures that should solve all these problems.
Thank you. That's exactly right. And we do have certified nurse midwives that practice in the state of Mississippi. They are certified under the Board of Nursing. And they also accompany an OBGYN or they're very much like a nurse practitioner. What we're concerned with today are the community midwives, those direct entry midwives that are practicing in the state with absolutely zero oversight whatsoever.
All right. Lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones.
Thank you, gentlelady. Do you yield?
Yes.
At the end of the day, this is about safety, right?
Exactly.
And so we are wanting to make sure that these women will be in a more safe environment, right?
Yes.
Bottom line.
Right.
You're a woman.
Yes.
Had a baby.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know. And I did too. Matter of fact, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, lady.
All right. I believe that concludes our interrogation. I believe the lady from Jones has an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, what the amendment does, it adds another group to the board, the members that the governor can appoint to the board. The governor has appointments to the board, and what happens is that there are different organizations that can make recommendations to the governor, and we're adding Sisters in Birth to that organization, and then we're also adding Sisters in Birth to the advisory board, and we would ask the House to adopt the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Lady from Lincoln.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So you're saying that the governor can only choose out of those organizations?
No. What it says is that the governor shall accept and consider lists of nominees from any interested individual or organization and shall prioritize the appointment of nominees made by the organizations or their successors. And then these are some that can be considered, and we're just adding one more.
And I'm just saying to you, you know, that language is in other bills. The governor, in appointing a nurse to the nursing board, it has to be through the nursing association. You may have a great nurse that's not a member of any association that you know you want on there, but when you limit the governor, they're stuck with a pool that he may not like. I just am saying, if you, I want to have that taken out of the doctor's bill, the nursing bill, and a social worker bill. I just think we need to make the pool where you can pick the best person for the job and not make them be a part pay to be a part of an association.
Lady, let me tell you who they're picking from.
All right.
The Department of Health can make a recommendation.
The Association of Mississippi Midwives can make a recommendation. The Mississippi Perinatal Quality Collaborative can make a recommendation. The Mississippi Public Health Institute can make a recommendation. Better Birth Mississippi can make a recommendation. The Institute for the Advancement of Minority Health.
Come from those places, or is there that he can pick somebody on his own?
It says that he can consider lists from these nominees, but now you know there are other people that can serve on this board. All I'm doing is just adding one more that he can that can make a recommendation. He doesn't have to take any of them, actually.
Okay, as long as you're leaving it open.
That's what the law, go to line 256. It says that he can consider these people, but that he can put on who he wants to.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans, for what purpose?
On the bill.
You want to speak on the bill?
Another question on the bill.
Okay. All right. I don't see any further questions on the amendments. Does the author of the bill wish to respond to the lady's amendment number 2?
I'm not opposed to adding these two groups.
So you're not opposed?
One group, and just to clarify, it does say that the governor shall accept and consider these lists and shall prioritize the appointments, but it's up to him.
Thank you, lady. So you don't oppose the amendment. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Lady, do you yield for further interrogation? The gentleman from Lawrence wishes to ask you more questions. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me again.
Yes.
Lady, I just have a couple of questions here. This board will be appointed by the governor, right? So
yes.
He'll have the oversight of this.
Yes.
I presume from what you hit me with a while ago that the governor's not allowed to appoint men to this board.
Why would you say that?
Well, since men have no experience with births.
Have you birthed a baby?
I haven't, but I made it possible for my wife to birth 4.
Touche.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any further questions on the bill.
Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 87 yeas, 24 nays, the bill passes. All right. I believe a couple of chairmen indicated they had an item to dispose of. That concludes our work on the general calendar, I believe, so we will go back to the motion to reconsider calendar. Chairman of Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 7 on the motion to reconsider calendar, House Bill 928. Call it up and move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anyone else have an item they would? Vice Chairman of Education, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that we go back to the motion to reconsider calendar.
That's where we are, gentlemen. We're back to it.
You
got it.
Reconsider the vote by which items 2 and 3 pass for purpose of amendment.
All right, which one you want to do first?
Let's do 2 first. How
All right,
about that?
gentleman moves to reconsider the vote by which item 2 passed for purposes of an amendment. If you favor the gentleman's motion to reconsider the vote, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's back before us, gentlemen.
All right, I'd just like to present the amendment, if that's acceptable. The amendment was simply add a reverse repealer to the bill. We made a few changes earlier this week that we need to work through some more, dealing with the 3- and 4-year-old pre-K issues. So we're going to keep working this through the process, and I'll get with our friends in the Senate and try to get some language that works for everybody.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any, gentlemen.
All right, move adoption.
Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I moved House Bill 1434, and I have an amendment for that as well.
All right, gentleman moves to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 1434 passed. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's back before us, gentlemen. And you have an amendment?
Yes, I have an amendment.
You recognize for that amendment?
So the amendment to House Bill 1434, after further discussion, we've worked with the IHL entities that are involved in this bill. We're going to meet with them again next week. The amendment would just ask that they submit a report to the legislature within the next year to talk about the feasibility of residential high schools built on their campuses, that we'd be working with them on that through the process. So again, just in the interest of getting everybody in the room, we're going to change this to just asking them to issue a report. We've also added the W onto the list. Since they've currently got MSMS on their campus, we're going to ask that they submit a report as well with their experience with that. So that's an explanation of this amendment. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further?
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. All right. I believe that concludes our work. I will recognize Madam Clerk for announcements. She has no announcements. Announcements by the Mr. Clerk does.
We'll have page pictures immediately after adjournment.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to change my vote on item number 67, House Bill 1149, from nay to yea.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item number 83, House Bill 927, I'd like to change my vote from no to yes.
Is there objection to changing the gentleman's vote?
And on,
change his vote.
And on item number 6, House Bill 1081, I'd like unanimous consent to change Representative Horan's vote from no to yes.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
You're recognized.
I'd like for this body to adjourn today in memory of Greg Walker. Perhaps you may have known Greg Walker. He's a renowned, long-time, new and used car salesman here in the city of Jackson, primarily working for Harry & Greer. Greg Walker.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 22, House Bill number 767, on a motion.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman. Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I appreciate every one of y'all that contributed to the sale of junior champions. In the House alone, we raised $11,600. We bought a steer from Calhoun County, and then any of you that had a participant in the sale of junior champions, we was able to do an add-on to every one of those participants. So again, I thank y'all, and I appreciate it supporting it every year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen, for heading that up for us. You do a great job with it, and we're proud of the product that you put on the field. Lady from Pontotoc, Ms. Waldo.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to see if I could get unanimous consent to change my vote from no to yes on House Bill 1166, please.
It's a testy bunch in here today, lady. Is there objection to the lady changing her vote? I don't hear any serious objection. I think those are admirers, lady. Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Noxubee, Mr. Mickens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to get unanimous consent to change my vote on yesterday's calendar, item number 17, House Bill 849, from nay to yea.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 39, House Bill 1166. On behalf of myself, the lady from Forest, the gentleman from Wayne, the gentleman from Stevens, the gentleman from Tippa, the gentleman from Benton, the gentleman from Oktibbeha, we'd like to hold that bill on a motion to reconsider.
It's a lot of holding, gentlemen. We will do that. Please notify the chairman. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On yesterday's calendar, item number 17, I want to change unanimous consent to change my decimate vote to House Bill 849 from yea to present, please.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent of the House to have my vote changed on House Bill 1530 on today's calendar.
Is there objection?
From yea to nay.
Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Varner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have adjourn in memory of Miss Irma Ruth Smith from Florence, Mississippi. Great lady and great person in our community, and one of the probably godliest people I've ever met. So just want to adjourn in memory of Miss Irma Ruth Smith. Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
To the vote, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
On House Bill 1157, I would like to change my vote, my decimate vote, gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson, from present to nay.
Is there objection? Change the both gentlemen's votes. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Announcement.
You're recognized.
The State Democratic Party is having a legislative meet and greet tonight at the two museums at 6 p.m.
Thank you, gentlemen.
That's my announcement.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like for us to adjourn in memory of Mr. John Gazzo, the brother of one of our county supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 39, House Bill 1166, from yes to no.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory of.
You're recognized.
All right, Dr. Ginger Smith of Byron, Mississippi. She's a former member of the Board of Trustees for Hines Community College. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. All right, I don't see any further announcements. Any other members seeking recognition before I put it to the motion? I recognize the chairman rules. Gentleman from Rankin.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.